Hello everyone! And happy Sunday. Hope I find you all in good health, good spirits, and I need to click a button. That's probably that one. Let's try that. Ah, cheers. Cheers. So, there's been 59-month resub. D's, thank you very much, my dude. At tier 3. Yes, that's been some time. That has been some time. But yeah, hello to you guys on Twitch. We're also streaming this on YouTube as well, you know, as a first, because I'm lazy, so I don't have to upload things to YouTube anymore. Hopefully we can just do both. Just do both. But yeah, so that's that. It's attack the hello. What? You can't attack the darkness, Rayvon. You can't attack the darkness. That's not how these things work. Also, does hello, my friend. How are you? And Carsiphonia, even not Ia. Carsiphonia 23. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the chaos madness. That is Pariahs. All right. Let's bring people in. Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
How are we?
Hello.
Good.
Yeah. That was a very enthusiastic opener there, Cypher.
Cypher's a very enthusiastic homunculus of a man. Slash woman. Slash whatever he fucking wants to be.
Fair. How are we all anyway? We all good? We all ready? Episode 44.
So ready.
So ready. In fact, let me turn you up a little bit, Desmond, because I think I turned you down. I did.
Is this the episode that Vanya dies?
We could be so lucky.
It's never gonna happen.
Well, there must be a reason behind that. So, Cypher, what happened last week on our return to Pariahs after a long break?
So we started the session off with everybody gathering up after a busy day of being busy buddies doing stuff and getting stuff done, and we started off with being like, Vanya, what have you done today? And she's like, yeah, well, totally killed Timothy. Yep, that happened. But and then she spent like an hour trying to justify it. So that was funny. And then and then we went to see the body.
I feel like I did a good job of that.
You didn't. There was a lot of repetition there and a lot of I done fucked up.
I've made a mistake.
Hey ho. Her loss was Cypher's gain as he cast Speak with Dead on poor Timothy. He was like, hey, what happened? He was like, I don't know. Fucking blew up, didn't it? It's like, yeah. You want to go back? He was like, no. I was like, we'll stay here. And he put him in a jar. So now we have a Timothy soul in a jar. Fun times.
Sure, let's go with that. We'll put it that way.
That's pretty much what happened, right?
I mean, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
exactly what happened.
That is exactly what happened.
Oh, let's sip. And then Vanya went about speaking after some guiding words from Garrett. She went off and spoke to the people that would help her. Oh fuck! Shit, cider.
Excuse you.
Yeah, that's a bit. I was waiting for it to come. Story of my life. So she first went out to tell the botanist that poor Timothy exploded. She was like, "Oh, that's very interesting. Here, have this other bottle of death. It will help. Really? Maybe. Why don't you try it?" So yeah, she knows. Well, no, she doesn't have 2 bottles of death now.
No.
She gave one of them to Garrett. But I digress, because after the botanist, she went to go talk to Lamona, who gave her proper guidance on how to use what she had. I'm going to burp again. There we go. So yeah, and she got some useful information, as in, don't give somebody a full cupful of this shit, as they'll explode. 3 drops diluted in water should suffice.
Yeah, I'm about to say, Raymond's got a point there. You know, it sounds like you've drank it as well.
Sorry, just burp. Don't worry about it. Expel that shit. Fizzy lifting drinks and all that good stuff. So yeah, she came back, presented her findings to the group. It didn't go well, as Reza took her findings a little personal, as the bottle of death that she presented as initially, the words I do believe she used was something to kill Vanya with, Teresa with, right?
No, I
believe
think
the exact words, "I know how to kill you now."
Yeah.
or I have something to kill you. Yeah, it was something like that.
Something. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
It was along those
And
lines.
she was offended. I don't know. I don't know why she was offended, but
Probably due to the contents of what was in the bottle. That and the way you presented it probably didn't help.
It was a little brusque, I think. It was the best.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But sorry, do continue.
let the record show that she willingly gave it to Garrett. Without anybody asking. She did it on her own and was proactive.
Mm-hmm.
She gets points.
From who, we don't know.
Her own program.
Yeah, probably. You got a little chapter in your book about yourself, have you? That's that question. And then it was down to the discussion of murder, and Cypher was just trying to convince people to kill the little pointy-eared fuck that is
Yeah.
the leader of the Green Scarf goons, because he doesn't like him, and Garrett doesn't like him, so he's just like, yes, we should kill him.
No one likes my NPCs. You know, the ones I put time and effort into.
You didn't put any time into them. You're like, you know what would be a really shitty person? This guy. Perfect.
This guy. All right.
Might as well introduce Erebus and be like, why don't you like him? I don't understand why nobody doesn't like him.
What can I say?
Yeah.
You've gave me an idea.
I know. I should have kept my fucking mouth shut.
So,
But yeah.
yeah.
I do believe we ended where we're like, okay, I guess it's a group effort. In the morning, we'll go find someone and kill him.
And I believe that is indeed where we left off. So before we just sort of dive back into it, Threed, welcome in. I saw a few comments on YouTube, so thank you. I appreciate it, and I'm glad you're enjoying the chaos that is our very long Grim Hollow playthrough. So, yes, thank you. Appreciated. With that said, let us... since you've had a week to think about it, we'll bring ourselves back into the Baron's Folly. It's been here now where you've probably had a few hours amongst yourselves to discuss the plans and ideas for storming the whole hovel of Erden Leanden, the leader of the Verdant Posse. You didn't have a short rest, or did you?
We ended.
You did,
we
yeah.
go to bed and do it in the morning.
Yeah, you were right. Yes, correct. So yeah, so this would be the next morning, where you awaken. And with that, I dare say, for first thing in the morning, is there any tasks or odd jobs that you would all, or any of you, wish to perform first thing in the early dawn?
Yes.
Oh, since you dove in first, crack on.
Is anybody in the Undercroft?
Desmond will be.
Okay, so Desmond may have been woke up or sort of just because you don't really sleep, so kind of disturbed by Cypher seemingly talking to somebody.
Well then, and if Desmond hears Cypher just talking to seemingly the darkness, he'll go and just try to creep up and just take a look and see if there's anyone else there.
What does you see, Cypher?
Cypher talking to his what looks to be his shadow, but kind of has a familiar outline. As there's a cracked bottle that used to have a glowworm in it, and right beside it, and now there's a shadowy form of Timothy standing right in the corner.
Of course there is.
Of course there is.
Well, that seems... Yep, that sounds like something... Okay. Desmond's just going to kind of shrug it off and put it down to magic, and Cypher doing weird shadowy things that he does, and he'll go back to his area and look over his stuff again.
Okay.
So Cypher's just explaining to him where he can and can't go physically because he can't leave this area.
Yeah. So I'm meant to stay around there, around the bar area. I can go to the bar, right? This somewhat shadowy spectral form of the now deceased Timothy is just glancing around the Undercroft. I can go in the bar.
I think you can make it as far as the bar. I wouldn't be seen down there. Dwen's gonna be down there during the day, so just stay here during the day.
Oh, that the
Don't
orc.
scare Dwen. Yeah, that's
Oh,
the orc.
she's fierce, isn't she? She is so fierce.
Why do people get weird around Dwen?
The shadowy form shrugs its shoulders and then just casts a glance. Well, it's not it's not the Parker district, I guess, but it... And I feel a bit lighter. Question.
That's interesting. What?
Would anybody else be able to understand or hear him? Or would it just be a shadow for the rest of the party?
He probably speaks in shadowy abyssal now, so it might just sound like whispers in the dark
Okay.
to anybody else.
All right.
Because he's a shade now.
He is.
Yeah.
Poor bastard. Gets blown up in some random storehouse and then turned into a shade.
Oh, look at that. He's immortal now. Hey.
So, with that said, Timothy, or at least now the spectral, forever wandering soul of Timothy, just begins to meander his way down the Undercroft halls, dipping his head into a few of the nearby rooms, just to test his boundaries, see how far he can go. Back to you, Cypher.
Don't forget, practice moving things and see if you can tidy this place up.
You just see him reach down to try and pick up a loose brick, and his hand just passes right through it. And oh fuck! All right, I'll do what I can. A few wobbles in the stonework, but apart from that, nothing too much at the moment.
He's not the brightest, but he'll do. Alright. I want to see this place spotless when I get back.
Just hear a loud behind you as you turn to depart.
And I'll just leave. Is Desmond in his space?
Yes.
Right, Cypher will come over and say Desmond. I'll be like, hey! Look, you see that? I did a thing.
Saw you did something, but honestly, I see you do things with shadows pretty frequently, so...
You're not impressed?
Yeah.
Damn it. Timothy wasn't impressed either. He sucks. I thought I was being really clever.
Well, it's ingenuitive. But again, I've seen you summon burning shadows from the ground as if they were from hell itself, so... You know, it's more subtle, I think, this time.
Yeah. When you put it like that, I get it.
Although, I think later today we'll be going back down to the Piker district, so...
You ready?
I should be. I think that once we're done with that, I'll have to see if there's anything I can pawn from the Verdant coffers in order to pay the blacksmith over in Kotov.
When you ask for money.
I generally give the money. I don't really...
Well, just ask Garrett for some money. I mean, I got a little pouch of silver around here somewhere.
Mayhap I will. I have to talk to the blacksmith first anyway.
Well, I mean, that's fair. You don't pay blacksmiths up front, right?
You ought not to. I have no idea if your things are going to be returned at all.
Exactly.
But no matter. Are you ready?
A little bit tired. I got up early to do that.
Well, if you sleep some, I can wake you up before it gets to be too late in the afternoon.
Nah, I'm good. Come on. Let's go see who's awake.
It's a good idea. Well, probably Garrett is already out of his room somewhere, skulking. And honestly, the only person who's probably sleeping at all will be Vanya.
Yeah. Let's go check, see if Vanya's been murdered by Reza yet.
Good point.
So the two weirdos are gonna go and loom over Vanya while she sleeps.
You make your way through the Undercroft, up the stairwell into the empty tavern. Who Francis at this point is in? He's in the kitchen getting the stew ready for the day. Surprise! It's rat soup with root vegetables and potatoes, but it goes down pretty well. He gives you the a brief morning.
Morning, Francis.
He looks over towards you, Desmond, for a moment, and hey, you're going out later. You do me a bit of a favour if you don't mind. Just a little one.
What did you say you need?
I'm in the moment at the minute. You know, it's all these fucking shitty root vegetables. Yeah. Yeah.
Root vegetables.
The root
No.
vegetables. So yes, someone.
No, I've had enough of the fucking root vegetables. I want something different. Something new.
No.
Well, there's only so much that there can be. Well, we do have the mushroom guy, right?
We do have the mushroom guy.
Francis's eyes go wide. Oh, I don't want any mushroom hot pot.
Yeah.
Well, it's gonna be root vegetables or mushrooms, most likely, just because of, well, not much grows elsewise.
No, I'm give me some mushrooms at least, and yeah, that should bulk it out.
Well, we'll both see about getting you those mushrooms.
Do that. He just turns his back on you. Goes back to stirring this giant cauldron in the center of the room.
Well, okay. He's up awful early, too. All right. Well, I guess we should check on Vanya.
Ooh.
I've got two conflicting things here now. Because I know Vanya wants to say something. And I've also got something that Rez is doing as well. So.
I just want to say, Vanya's not in her room right now.
Okay.
Then skip mine.
All right. Okay. That makes things easier.
Yep.
Cypher, Desmond, you begin to meander your way up the stone stairwell onto the first floor of the Baron's Folly. Creep, tiptoe down the hallway. Push open Vanya's door and find the room empty.
Just very slowly open the door, and we might be too late.
I mean, too early. The first thing in the is really early. Like, really early.
Well, look, you think she's under the bed?
I'll go check. And Cypher dives and slides under the bed. And then his head appears 2 seconds later. Nah. No.
Do you think that she suspects that there's something might happen, so she's sleeping somewhere else?
Oh.
Maybe she's in the room where Timothy, met his end or something.
She might be there early cleaning it up still.
It's Scob. He knows everything.
Let's go check.
All right, right then. So we'll head out to the bunk where the supply room. It'll probably take us a few minutes, but we'll go and check and see if that's the case. If that's where she's at, check the room.
So, scooting out of the side entrance, back through the kitchen. Francis again peers up from back into the alley, over the alley, into the bunkhouse, top floor, down the corridor, and as you get closer to the far storeroom door, Vanya, what do they hear?
They hear just a lot of like clanging in there, and you hear just kind of singing.
What sort of singing?
Life, speak love, speak bravery and kindness and hope.
Oh God.
I think she's being murdered in there.
We should go save her.
Big wisdom and truth.
And just Desmond's gonna keep creeping closer to the door rather than run down the corridor.
Cypher's bravely gonna back him up. Well, slowly pushing him forward.
This is on you. I'm stepping out of this.
Desmond's gonna peek around the door frame to see what's going on inside.
And she's dancing, but she has like both hands because she's got one hand doing prestidigitation like on the walls while she's got the other hand with mage hand that is like, because she's prestidigitating things down to the floor, and then the mage hand is like cleaning it up into a pile, and she's just kind of dancing and enjoying herself because she loves cleanliness.
It almost looks like the scene of an incredible. Well, I mean, it was the scene of an incredibly grisly murder. It's just this magic hand pushing entrails, bits of flesh, gore, blooded rags. Go on, Desmond, save me.
Well, does it look like it's the same murder or another murder?
That's a good point.
It's
Cypher, I think she's killed again.
She didn't leave a body for me to steal his soul. This is bullshit.
But yes, just Desmond's content to just watch what's going on in a little bit of I don't know, just disbelief over what's going on. But
So yeah, there's just two heads peered around the door.
and they'll wait. Desmond will wait a few minutes, then just reach around and knock on the inside of the door on the wall, like just wrap his knuckles.
It startles her to where she sends the mage hand kind of flying around as she turns around.
We heard something. Are you all right? And is that Timothy or someone else? Pointing around at the floor.
Oh, it's Timothy. You don't recognize?
No, I don't think anyone will recognize Timothy. After that, just wanted to know if you had another participant.
She had the mage hand pick up a hand and bring it towards Desmond. Say, look, he's missing it's him. It's where he was missing his fingers. It's him.
Did you chop him up?
No, he exploded.
No. Okay.
Well. Oh, okay. We just wanted to make sure that you were all right. You weren't in your bunk.
No. Kind of in my element here, cleaning and, thinking. So I was thinking, I have a question for you guys. So if you had a pot of boiling water right here in front of you, and you had the option to be a carrot, an egg, or a tea leaf, what would you be?
In the pot.
In the boiling pot of water.
What was the first choice again?
A carrot,
Nobody wants to be a carrot.
an egg,
An egg's got a strong shell. I'd be an egg.
and then a tea leaf. What would you be, Desmond?
Well, I think the carrot would turn mushy. The tea leaf would, if you tried to add a tea leaf to an entire cauldron of boiling water, then I don't think it would do much. So probably an egg.
I would choose a bushel of tea leaves because it makes the water stronger, whereas the egg is just hard and cold. Well, it wouldn't be cold because it would be hot, but just kind of hard and angry. And you're right, Desmond, that carrot would be mush. I want to be the tea leaf.
But a single
Multiple.
tea leaf.
Multiple tea leaves. I probably should have put put an S on that.
All right. Well, suppose you have a point, but I don't really have much tea. So
Do you think we get a hold of some eggs?
where would we even get eggs?
The rats lay eggs? What lays eggs?
Remember you had a chicken once? We had to give it up.
No, fuck that chicken. Got what it deserved.
What a throwback!
You know, I've been, while I've been cleaning, I've just been thinking about these things, Life.
That's what you think
Program.
about when you're not doing anything?
Sometimes makes me feel better.
Are you doing drugs?
Do you think it would help kind of open something up for me? Kind of like an epiphany of...
No, I
Of-
think that if you're already thinking about this kind of thing, you should probably not be doing any drugs.
But
I
it could
concur
make it
with what he
better.
said.
It could make it better, right? I could help more people because then maybe like I can think of multiple things at one time.
I think that you should not worry about that. Just why would you want to pollute your thought process with other things? You want it to be pure and clean, right?
No, you're right. I have really good ideas.
Yeah, best just leave it that way. Natural. But yes,
It could taint it. Yeah.
I don't suppose you've seen Reza anywhere this evening?
No, I've kind of been in here when I'm not sleeping and have kind of barricaded because she didn't seem happy with me. Although I don't understand why, because I gave it to Garrett like willingly. I mean, it's not like I was threatening her with it or anything. I just...
While we're talking, Desmond starts looking up to like the dark corners of the ceiling. Just
Is she... What do you see? Has she been here the whole time?
it's just seems to me he just looks around the corners. You never know. It's best to just look and see.
Well,
She could be anywhere, really.
Desmond, I don't want to be alone right now. Then I'm gonna... Where are you guys going? I'm gonna go with you.
If you don't want to be alone, you should go into the Undercroft and then you'll never ever be alone ever again.
Oh, good
Or
point.
I could just follow the both of you.
Okay. You gonna finish cleaning this up first?
I can wait.
Okay.
I don't want to be by myself now.
Well, Francis is up very early, and you could always help Francis with the kitchen, maybe. I don't know.
God knows that place needs a clean.
Desmond, I feel like... do you not want me to go with you guys right now?
It's
Have I not been a good mother?
Well, you just seem busy, and we were checking on you to make sure that well, you weren't in your room, so we want to make sure that you are all right. And that's really all. Is after all, if the state of the room had Falco pretty distressed, so you're helping by doing this. I could wait here for a bit, and well, day should be soon, and we're gonna have a very busy morning, I think.
Well, if you guys don't mind sticking around until I don't have much
You're
left.
not gonna sing again, are you?
Oh. I was kind of enjoying myself. I kind of like to sing when I clean, but I can like do it inside
No,
my
you
head.
can't.
I may dance. Is that okay?
You
Yeah,
could
that's...
hum, maybe?
Does that sound
Yep.
okay?
Cypher's already shape changed his ears to be just closed. He doesn't have ears at the moment.
I appreciate you guys so much. I was feeling comfortable before, but Desmond, you got me thinking I should not be alone right now. You're totally right. So I'll finish this up and then we'll go do whatever you guys need to do. I can help. I can sit back, whatever you need.
Well, just take care of your cleaning, and then once that's all done with, I'm sure, well, obviously there's the bigger plan for the day, but make sure everyone Francis should be done with the cooking by then as well, I think.
Damn it, does.
Well, just if I get really wrapped up in this, because I do. Sometimes I get really like laser focused, but please don't leave me.
Oh, no problem. I'll stand right here. And so Desmond's just gonna lean against the door frame and just stand there.
Watch the macabre entertainment of Vanya cleaning up the remaining entrails of poor Timothy.
Well, he's going to lean against the door facing out, so his back's going to be to the inside of the room, just, looking down the hallway, looking around. Like, he has a pretty good idea of what's going on inside, doesn't need to keep an eye on things.
And Vanya's gonna go back to it. She's kind of, hands just reaching up and all over the place. And she starts her dancing and her humming.
I would say it'd probably take about half an hour for you to finally finish up making the room spotless. All of the surfaces wiped down. Any sign of you go through the meticulous process of digging whatever grime or dried blood beneath the in the cracks of the floorboard are all cleaned. It's quite possible, Vanya, by the time you have finished, this room is the cleanest room in the whole of Lower Streets.
You know it. She's that good.
Mm-hmm. Just your meticulous attention to detail and thorough work ethic turns the storeroom into almost a surgically clean stock room now. But with that done, Cypher, Desmond, you've been watching this whole ordeal for the last 30-40 minutes of Vanya dancing around the room, humming to herself quite merrily. But with the work now complete, you all extract yourself from the bunkhouse and head back into the Folly proper. While this has been going on, Reza, Garrett, what have you two been up to? If you wish to say, that is.
I am over at Dwyn's.
Oh! Gwen's not there,
I know, but I've got a key.
but Garrett is. All right. What's Garrett been doing over at the Wooden Spike early in the morning?
I have been smelting down some gold and some silver and been practicing some jewelry making.
Oh, shit, okay. Oh, do you have the Jewel Maker's kit?
I don't.
All right, in that case then. My question to you.
Mm-hmm.
Are you acquiring it from Dwen's stock?
Certainly am.
You bastard. You thieving bastard. Right, bear with me. Let
The
me...
amount of money I'm paying her, she can afford to give it.
Okay. Jeweler's Tools is now in your inventory, Garrett. If you would be so kind as to roll me a Jeweler's Tools check. Let's go for DC... Starting... This is something new. We'll make it pretty difficult. Let's go for DC 18. 18 or more, you are golden on... Alright, sadly. What have you made and why has it failed?
Okay, I bit off more than I could chew, and I thought I'd just cast a ring straight off the bat and leave a setting open for a stone, and it's gone horribly.
Why?
The sand wasn't
What does it look like?
enough. It's just a blob of gold. I was like, well, we'll melt that down tomorrow and try again.
All right. Roll me a quick twist of fate. Okay. You're not entirely certain, obviously with this being like the first time you've cast a ring in such a primitive setting, with such basic tools. You didn't really garner too much information in, what to do next. So there'll be no benefits for the next roll. It will be basically back to just a straight jeweler's tools check. But yeah, you are aware that the sand wasn't quite set properly, and all you ended up with was a blob of gold with this slight pointy end where the ring should have been.
Trial and error. How we
Trial, absolutely. Is there anything else you are wanting to do this morning, Garrett, on your way back from the Wooden Spike?
No, I'm just been sketching how I'm going to decorate this ring once it's finished.
Okay. With that, Reza, do you want to bring anything to anyone's attention, or are you being sneaky? Sneaky. So Reza's been out doing stuff and things early in the morning.
Anyone who pays close attention, so probably only Garrett, might notice that there's a new, toggle hanging off of her belt. It's kind of like a book holster, and there's like a new slim little notebook in there and a pencil attached to it.
All right.
Did you say a notebook and a pencil?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But like it's to the side, could be under her cape a lot. It's just if it's yeah.
If you're ever in a moment of having to reveal yourself, it may be on show. Is that? I guess that's what you're trying to say.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, what I would say is, with Reza being out, Garrett, you doing the early morning jewel work, or jewelry work, should I say? Desmond, Cypher, Vanya. It'd probably be early-ish morning by the time you all, oh sorry, late morning, early afternoon, by the time you all reconvened back in the Baron's Folly for the last check before your outing into the Piker district. I would say it's close to opening time. There's a little bit of a queue outside the Folly for the regular drunkards and those who want a cheap meal. Falco, nowhere to be seen. He's typically at this point either trying to organise the day's events for the contractees, or if not that, lay down the jobs that need to be done. Errol and George are out by the front door handing out and selling whatever. I guess you're still running the dregs into the bottles from the front door.
Yeah, keeps the riffraff out.
Yeah. So they would probably be, as the main door guards, selling the swill to those who are of ill repute and not worthy to step inside the hallowed halls of the Folly. With you all being sat at your usual table at the far back right of the Folly at this point, I dare say now's the time to discuss the plan of action.
So how are we going to do it?
Well,
Do what?
Oh, right. Right. You remember the elf that's run... I don't, is he a full elf? Half elf? Elf? Half elf.
I
The
don't
one.
know as though it matters too much. But Leandon, the leader of the Verdant Posse, the one that lives up on the terrace with the beggars watching and all that.
The one that Reza threw herself at?
I don't remember it being quite like that. But that one, yes.
Reza has pulled her little notebook and pencil out and flipped to the first page, and under her breath as she writes, she mutters, "Subject still suffers from delusions of grandeur."
Vanya's gonna notice it, but not say anything just yet. Well, I mean, he took a liking to Reza, right?
Yes, but I don't think that I could say that she was throwing herself at him.
For
But
the
that-
for the
that doesn't
benefit
matter.
of the party, Desmond, right?
I still don't think it was like that, really. No. I think that it was more just
Like a cat playing with its food.
something like that. Yeah.
Oh,
That's a good way
less
to put it.
seductive.
Well, but he was living up on a terrace. He had people watching, and he had he had a number of, I'd say, not really guards, but he had cutthroats there and around. And we know that he is likely not going to give up his livelihood of pushing the obsidian veil and making coin off of, well, basically running the entire district into the ground. And outside of, well, ending him, the only thing I could see stopping him from that would be cutting off the supply that comes from outside. And we don't know where that originates.
So, did you just give us two options?
Well,
Kill him or cut his supply off?
Well, I feel that along a long enough line we'd end up killing him anyways, but...
Yeah, we're just kind of skipping out those middle steps. And seeing if in his death we find out all the other information.
Oh, he could take this thing and we could explode him.
I think that the exploding serum is probably something best left away from everything. Just let's pretend like it doesn't exist.
Yeah. Besides, don't you need that to cure people?
Oh. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I was just trying to offer up solutions to be helpful. You're right. I need to keep that. Can we not use that?
You could zone of truth him, and we could interrogate him before we I don't know, have Desmond pull his arms and legs off like a spider.
You guys will let me use that again?
Sure.
I'll just make sure, like...
Just on him, yeah?
Yeah, that you're not... Just don't step into it. And I can't be... Disclaimer, if you step into it, that is your own fault. It is not my fault.
You can keep your gob shut, though.
My what?
Mouth! The thing you're so fond of flapping to make noises.
But if I'm zone of truthing him, don't I have to ask him questions? Don't I need my mouth?
No, I think as long as they're in the zone, any questions are asked.
But what if I have particular questions?
Reza is scribbling in her notebook again.
Bunya's gonna cock an eye, kind of like it's irritating her, but she's not gonna say anything yet because she doesn't exactly know if it's like towards her or not yet. She's gonna fill this out because she's used to observation and all of that because everyone's her test subject. Listen, I've already promised that I won't ask you all particular questions, but if you are in the zone and the question gets asked to him, but yet you have an answer to, I can't help that. So you might
that's
want
fair
to
enough.
step out.
I mean, it doesn't bother me none.
So is that what we're doing? We're gonna go interrogate him, and
Honestly,
Desmond?
I think we can just kill him and interrogate him after he's dead.
Is Cypher gonna put him in a jar?
No.
Can you not?
I got. No, sadly no. No.
No. Shit.
No.
All right. I'm planning on cutting off his head and bringing it home anyways, just in case we forget to ask him something, so...
Oh, okay.
So how do we plan on, which, we kind of went in there, like, are we just going in there, just like all friendly like, and then...
And then violence? Yeah, it's probably the best way to get in the door.
If
I
you
mean,
recall...
besides... Go on.
Oh, sorry, Cypher. If you recall, we sort of agreed, I think, to go handle the other two groups out there. So we could just be going in to report on progress.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I have my story straight, and unless somebody, talks to me, you know.
Can't imagine why they would.
Because I have a
Reza
winning
starts-
smile.
Reza starts scribbling again.
Vanya's getting frustrated, but she's still not saying anything. She's just like, well, when are we going? I'm not gonna let this get to me. When are we leaving?
When Garrett says so.
It's refreshing listening to you plan a outing, as it were.
Strike force. Yeah. Strike force.
For fuck's sake.
Well, just. The biggest challenge will be getting there just because of the way it's laid out. We could just go in and start once we're. We could just tell him to. We could give an ultimatum, even. Just tell him to leave and never come back, and then he won't do that, and. Or it's really just. I very much doubt he'll see any kind of reason. And I know that, based on our last meeting, Reza very much wanted to have a very pointed conversation with him.
Pointed to go.
God damn it.
So going in, we have two major tasks. Information about his suppliers and the cessation of his life.
That sounds right. That sounds right. There's
Well put.
Just remember, the man is as slippery as an eel.
I heard when you're dealing with eels, you're supposed to put a nail through the head so they don't wriggle away.
Good idea.
But how do you, like, if they're all slimy, how do you catch them to do that first?
Reza scribbles in her notebook again.
Mine, Cypher, you don't have to answer that. And she kind of cuts her eyes at Reza.
Now, the comparison does work. The usual way of catching eels is with a trident type affair that you stab through their body into the floor so they can't get away. And if we have to pin him to the floor with, say, a few daggers while we ask our questions, so be it.
I got plenty daggers.
Are you using the sheaves I made for you?
Yeah, look. Look, they don't jangle or drop out or nothing.
Ah, so you and your fingers will remain attached to each other. Fantastic.
Yeah, all like 6 or 7 of them. And as you see, he gets 6 or 7 fingers.
Garrett just smiles.
So,
So,
go on, Garrett. No, go for it.
mhm. So how are we going to get in to the elf cell?
Why don't we just say we're here back to report?
Mm-hmm.
And if the guards at the door show any reluctance to let us in, we have Desmond is his new axe. Make us a door.
Or Desmond's new axe could be the key that we require. The
What do you
last
mean?
owner of that axe was quite famous in Piker, and
True.
it's pretty well known. And we could say we have a token of the Rockfist's downfall with us. That should get us an audience.
Hmm. At the very least.
Or, I mean, she looks at Reza and she's like, should she say this?
Reza is poised to write, looking at Vanya.
He took a liking to Reza, right? Maybe she could make a costume and say that she is there to service him.
I don't need a costume for that.
Yeah, wouldn't a lack of a costume work out? You know what I mean?
Well, I meant like something like other than what she's wearing right now that has minimal fabric. That's what they like, right? Where things are hanging out.
I'm quite certain he liked me well enough in what I'm wearing last time. No need to go crazy.
So no costume, okay.
No.
Vanya looks at the book.
No
I mean,
writing.
if you want to wear a costume, Vanya, you could go all sexy like. You wanna borrow my? And he takes off his troubadours and he's like, you could wear something. You can wear whatever you wanted if you want to borrow this.
He wasn't into me. I'm very flat.
I mean, some people like that. And Cypher turns into Vanya in a very scantily clad outfit. Look, this could appeal to someone.
Do me a favour, throw up your shape change and your troubadour's finery just to give us a refresher.
Troubadour's finery.
So, since it's been a long time since... Sorry, go on, Desmond, after you.
I was just gonna give the description of the finery because
Yeah,
I
go for
got
it.
that. I was like, oh yeah, Cypher needs this.
Go
To
for
the
it.
naked eye, this set of clothing is not but a faded gown. Tales speak that this once belonged to a famed traveling troubadour who single-handedly acted out every part of his stories to perfection. As an action, the wearer of this outfit can infuse it with magic to transform the gown into whatever clothing they imagine. So it's literally anything you want, like at least visually, it's anything you want to have on. And of course, Cypher is a changeling, so it does changeling things.
Did
Cypher.
he change into Vanya's body?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cypher.
Yeah.
How do you look at the moment?
You guys watched the most recent Bond film?
No.
Well, Anna de
No.
Armas wears a dress in that has a plunging neckline. So he's wearing a very revealing dress that leaves little to the imagination. So he's got his thighs out and he's looking all sexy. He's like, yeah.
Is that what I would look like in that?
I mean, yeah.
She kind of goes over and tugs on the straps of the dress, like kind of lifting the girls up a little bit.
I can make them bigger if you want. He makes them bigger. How's that?
Can you make mine bigger?
I'm a changeling, not a miracle worker.
Do you think more people would listen to me if I dressed like that?
No. No.
At this point, Rayvon's made a incredibly good point. With the folly being open, Cypher, you
No,
begin.
no, the doors are still closed.
No.
You said it was just before overtime.
Just before opening, fuck. Oh. Go on, I'll let you off. Damn it. Damn it. Carry on.
GM needs to listen to the words he says. You know what I'm saying?
Vanya's gonna ask Cypher as like he's made him bigger. Does your back hurt?
The fuck?
No, why?
I just thought, you got a lot more weight there now. I mean, those are. Try running.
What? Okay. So now, big titty Vanya in a scantily dress is running around the valley.
As entertaining as this is, feeding Vanya's delusions of grandeur, we are wasting daylight, so to speak. Should we get to, the murder part of our itinerary?
Okay. And Cypher turns back into Cypher.
Oh, god damn it. As the Troubadour's finery fades back to Cypher's usual garb, and Cypher himself returns to his normal form, sitting at the table, the conversation returns back to that of the assassination of Erden Leandon. Over to you.
Reza makes one last note in her notebook and tucks it away.
Okay, so we want to go in, pretend we want to talk to him, and then make sure he can't get away, ask him some questions, and then cut his head off. Am I right?
More or less, that seems to be the idea.
Cool.
Well, it's going to be it's still early, but it's going to be about the time we should probably go out. I imagine that most of his people will be still either hungover or on whatever it is for the veil coursing through their veins.
Probably.
Semi-comatose, I should think.
Hey, Vanya, you need a new test subject. Maybe he's got, somebody drug-addled there that we can test it out on while we're there.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, because Falco was supposed to bring me someone, but I haven't seen him yet. So, yeah. And she pats her pocket and she's like, I think we can make that happen.
Cool.
All right. So, Unless there's anything further anyone wishes to immediately bring up, I would say the next 15 to 20 minutes is you all gathering whatever gear you need for the excursion into the Piker district. And we'll call a very quick BRB there, shall we? Pee break
Yes, I
and
need pee.
refill a pee break and refill a clock.
Sounds
Whew.
good.
Marvellous. So in that case, let me throw the little banner. Thank you, Durs, for the for the commands. But yeah, it's Van, you don't ever change. All right, we will be a few minutes, everybody, while we take a brief respite. Won't be a moment.
And the back.
Welcome back.
I too have returned.
I'm
Welcome back.
back.
Welcome back. Well, what can I say? Three says this playthrough has him hankering to play a Green Reaper, which is the Ranger class from Grim Hollow, I believe.
All right.
We on Saturday, I'm planning to start up something called the Tales of Novostoya, which is not start up, continue even. So basically, I had a few internet issues for the last month that stopped me from streaming altogether, and it kicked in just as I was about to start a secondary campaign. Now this secondary campaign is kind of like a drop-in, drop-out session sort of thing that allows people to create a character, play through, in Novostoya, as I hate to say it, but it's a little bit more Dark Soulsy in regards to things are quite dangerous. It's more of a one-shot jobs that have been offered to people by people of Pariahs, by Cypher, by Garrett, and yet they did in the very first episode of the Novostoyan Chronicles. They all lived, annoyingly. Rah. But yeah, it's I've not had anyone play a Green Reaper just yet. We do have a Vermin Lord, which is quite interesting. The toxin wielding assassin ranger from Grimhollow. Yeah, I love the Grimhollow. So I think we all pretty much can say that we're enjoying this setting. It leaves there's enough. Yeah, there's enough lore there to kickstart things, but not enough to be. This is the world. This is how it needs to be run. There's a lot left to the DM and the players and the imagination. So, this is why we've picked Nova Stoya as our focus. Just the one city. Yes, there's the Burak Empire. There's the Castanellan provinces. The fourth. Can you remember the name of the fourth empire? Kingdom of... So you got the Burak Empire, Castanellan Province, Nova Stoya. I can't remember it. Yeah.
It's part of my character's backstory. I should remember this, but I don't.
You should.
Chernobyl?
Chernobyl, that's the one. That's the French.
Yeah.
There's a French inspired.
French.
There's a France. Yeah, the French inspired area, or Britonia if you're into Warhammer. But yeah, we've kind of just hyper focused on Nova Stoya because it provides such a I don't know.
Backdrop.
It is such a great backdrop. Anything you want, you can throw in. Vampires, cool. Throw them in. Undead, yeah, absolutely. Weird and wonderful creatures. You've got a city beneath that could spew anything and everything. So yeah, that's why we went with Nova Stoya. It's good shit. Hats off to Grimhollow Gaming for creating again enough of a backstory or enough lore to get you into it, but at the same time not fully pigeonholing you into a certain setting. So
yeah.
And again, I think we're all adults here. We prefer the more shades of grey style campaigns rather than, oh yes, we're the heroes who will save the day, defeat the dragon, save the villagers, and which prefer burning orphanage. Go on.
It's really down to what your party feels like doing, right?
Yeah.
Like, I will say, playing like out and outright evil campaign is usually garbage.
Absolutely. Yeah.
A good guy, like, for my part, I think that the best alignment for a party is chaotic good.
Yeah.
Which is, they're generally good, but they're not like doing everything selflessly. You might have that one paladin in the group, but chaotic good or neutral are probably the two best.
Yeah.
Scott, you didn't mention Vanya.
Vanya's chaotic evil.
No,
She
trying to
just
change
thinks
the
she's
world
lawful
for
good.
Yeah, shades are great. Absolutely. That's at the end of the day, I prefer stories and campaigns of the players and the player characters. Fighting to survive the next day is better than again fighting to save the kingdom, in my opinion. But the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Absolutely.
If we're fighting to save the kingdom, they better be fucking paying us.
All right, let me refill this rum and coke, and then I'm good to go. Take it away from me. Are we all back? Is the next question I've got.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear. Okay, In that case, then, allow me to get rid of the old floating banner of Burb. And we will continue. So, any closing ideas, statements to the group before you depart for the Pike District?
Well, just make ready and let's do the thing. And Desmond's going to go get ready. Make sure his armor's all in place and sorted.
Yeah,
He's
I'll
gonna
make
make
sure
sure-
Timothy's not wandering, and then
Oh, he is.
Desmond's going to get that rock biter axe. I'll make
Okay.
sure it's slung across his shoulder so it's very visible. Yep.
Rose is going to secure her hand crossbow to her belt under her cloak.
Hmm. So with everyone going out, making any final preparations, you begin to depart the folly. And it's at this moment where just before you depart, you just hear a call out. Can I have 15 silver coins? If you don't mind.
15
Yeah.
coins.
Yeah. 15.
What on earth? Oh.
Well, Francis shuffles into the folly and begins to motion behind into the kitchen. Well, I just met a man at the back with a bit of a wagon. And he's sort of selling them cookware. And he's got a nice big copper pot. I mean, he says it's pretty pricing. But it's a big fucking pot.
How big a pot? I mean, 15 silver is quite steep.
Yeah, well, I may have to break the door to get in because it was a bit bigger than... Come on, have a look. Motions towards the kitchen.
a pot that you need to break the fucking door down. What the
Now, totally intrigued. I've got to go and have a look.
You step into the kitchen, and as Francis motions towards the back door, you open it up, look outside, and see that there's this somewhat old-looking dwarf with a wagon, or not so much a wagon, but more of a hand cart that's probably 2 or 3 inches away from being wedged into the alley besides the folly. And he's got this huge shit-eating grin on his face. It ain't you bastards, look, I guess like this is... you're the proprietor of this establishment, eh?
I have a management stake in it, yes.
Alright, good. Well, this, you see, look what I'm selling today, eh, lad? You'll be wanting some of this. In fact, I've already sold it to your cook, eh? No, he said he likes stew. Or at least that's what I managed to get out of his fucking garbled voice. No, you don't want stew. Yeah, that's all the main thing that we cook here, innit? Innit, boss? Huh?
Yes, plenty of stews.
Oh, well, that's perfect, because I've got here an old... Well, and the dwarf, aged dwarf, sliders up alongside you, Garrett, leans in. This thing used to be an old fucking forge, you know, look at it. That thing can hold so much food, and if you'll be making soup, well, you could feed the entire fucking district. And he points to this, what can only be described as an old dwarven forge bowl, typically used for melting metals. You know it, 15 silver, eh? It's a fucking bargain, don't you know? Go on, have a look, bang the damn thing, eh?
When I go and have a look, I peer in. It's a bit banged up.
Well, of course it's banged up, it's an old forge. If me and me ancestors have been using this to smelt metal down for more years than you've been alive, lad. Hey. But not to say, you'll not find anything bigger or better for making soup.
You'd be surprised. Wow, now. It is very large and it would cut down work for Francis here, but
Francis's eyes are wide, pleading at you to buy this giant fucking pot.
Oh, bless her.
So, just like this looks like what I'm picturing is like one of those really big cup-shaped bowls that they smelt metal in.
Yes.
Like a crucible, like a giant one.
It's a giant crucible. Dwarven designed crucible.
But how would you tip it?
Oh, that's easy, Luke. You just get one of these things. And he leans over to his cart, takes a large iron rod out that's got a hook on the end. I'll even throw you this in for 2 silver, eh? And then you can tip it.
You'll throw it in for 2 silver.
Hey, of course I will. Do you not know that it's the finest dwarven steel in this tipper? You've got Rayvon to thank for this, by the way.
Oh, I know.
well, to make it safe, I'm gonna have to have it tinned on the inside, and that costs money. I'll give you 10. 12 with the tipper.
Fucking 12 silver? Oh, shit, are you trying to fucking cripple an old man? I'll be about 13 and 50 copper.
How about 13 and a sandwich?
Oh, fucking sold. 13 silver and a sam. Hang on a minute, is this... And he points towards Francis. Is he going to be making the sandwich?
Of course he is. He's my cook.
Just call it 13 silver, that'll do, and I'll make me way down into Market Row with the rest of my gear.
Dunza.
The old dwarf just offers a shaky hand towards you, Garrett.
I take it.
Shakes it, turns around, and with what can only be basically, he gets a crowbar, lifts off the crucible, drops it to the ground, flashes a quick thumbs up, grabs his handcart and begins to scrape his way down the alley. There you go. Cheers for the... That's yours now. Yeah. Eventually takes his handcart through the alley, back into the open area of the folly, just out front, into the courtyard. Silver in hand.
Mike Francis, if I can get you and the guards to get this thing inside, I think the best thing we can do with it is I have access to Dwen's shop, and when I've got some time, I'll make a stand that will go over the fire, and I can make a gearing that will the twist of a handle Pour it forwards and back.
Francis just turns around, grins with a toothless grin. Is already sort of hugging this giant crucible cum soup pot. I'm trying to get this through the door because I'm pointing away. Yeah, leave it to me. I've got it.
Marvelous, marvelous. On we go.
As you depart the kitchen, you know that you're probably going to need a new door as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I get a bit of parchment. Right, when? Can you get me a new kitchen door, please? George. George.
You're met. This goes off without a hitch. George takes the parchment, flashes you a toothy grin, heads down towards Dwayne, and delivers the note. Another thing to add to the agenda: fix the rear door. All right. To Piker.
Yes, we go.
With Francis now having a new toy to play with, you all depart the folly, making your way through lower streets on the short trek toward the southeast, towards the Piker district. You pass various small groups of ruffians, the almost inconsequential gangs that have been holding the Obsidian Vale threat at bay, before stepping into the shithole of the Piker district. There's almost a hard cut-off between lower streets and Piker.
There's a clean line in the dirt.
There is very much a clean line in the dirt between lower streets and Piker. Word has been spread around that, any Obsidian Vale that is caught or found in lower streets is to be passed up the chain, and therefore this Obsidian Vale hasn't permeated, and most people are aware that should they delve into its I was going to say pleasant experience, but it's not. But should they partake in this drug, then they would pretty much be forced out of lower streets. At that, though, the Piker district itself is, again, a shithole. The central gullies have not been cleaned out. The vast majority of people here who would normally work on public services, perhaps they too are now partaking in this narcotic. Trash, debris pile up on every street corner, under every awning away from the continual rain. People take shelter. As you meander your way through the alleys and streets towards the Verdant Posse's lair, is there anything particularly you're looking out for, or anything you wish to know on your way there?
Maybe just keeping an eye out for anybody that is affiliated with the Verdant Posse, with their little green scarves that they like to wear.
You see the odd vendor with the green scarves around their upper arm or worn as a bandana, pushing their wheelbarrows and hand carts around the streets. I would say on your journey, at least 6 to 8 of them. Not something that is, you know, should you try and clear every single one out, the amount of time taken to do so would probably be a little time consuming.
Okay. He just makes a note. It's like, oh, okay. They're everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, there are quite a few. You would hear at some point, though, so go on.
I'm keeping my eye out for people that are obviously not drugged, but are armed, but showing no gang affiliation.
Roll me a perception check. A 10. I would say that there would be probably towards the back end of your journey into the deeper parts of Piker that you would see a small group of hooded figures on one of the main streets. Here, as you begin to walk down, you notice that there are no addicts, none of the usual drug-addled commoners, no one leaning against the walls or under the awnings of the buildings. Apart from these 5 individuals with their hoods up. Cast a glance in your direction, one of the, which you can assume to be the leader of this pack, and just offers a singular nod.
I nod back, hoping that word of a group moving through Piker with Rockfist's axe attached to the back of one of them will find its way to the Iron Hands. 'Cause it's
With the
easier for them to find us than for us to find them.
With the 10, yeah, I can't see. You don't know for certain who this group belongs to. But this part of Piker, or at least this street, seems relatively clear of the Verdant Grasp. But yeah, absolutely, those things are noted by this individual.
Mm-hmm.
As you continue towards the Verdant hideout. Eventually, you would reach the street where Erden Leandon has been operating from. Where's my portrait?
Vanya's gonna ask a question
Go for
to
it.
the group while we're walking. So, what percentage of the Pica district do you think is on this drug?
At least half, I'd say, judging by this place.
Okay. Never mind.
Why?
Well, I mean, I thought maybe if you would say like 80 or 90%, we could find somewhere to put this drug reducer antidote into something.
What,
That-
like a local well?
Yeah. But I don't know how it would impact those that are not on the drug. Should we
Garrett
try
just
it?
puts his finger into his mouth and goes,
I think you know How it will impact the people who are not on the drug, Vanya.
It's diluted now. Maybe they'll just get a little gas.
I don't think we should be putting innocents in harm's way.
You're right. I just it was just a thought, and 50% is not a lot. So we'll just keep going.
Yes, because I believe exploding children might be bad for business.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to. That wasn't, Garrett, that wasn't my intent.
Reza takes out her notebook and just writes something down.
Oh.
At this
no.
point, Vanya is going to explode. She's going to say, listen, I don't know what you're writing or what experiment that you have, because I have my notebook where I take notes of when you're on my program and the things that you're doing. So, am I failing at your program right now? What's your program? I can't succeed at it if you don't tell me what I'm supposed to be doing.
Reza closes the notebook as she's walking and tucks everything away, then just kind of looks at Vanya. I don't think you're ready.
Fine. And she pulls out her notebook and makes a note. Tucks it away. You're failing my program. And then just walks past her, ignoring her.
And thus the great notebook war has begun. It would be at this point where you eventually get to the street where the Verdant Posse's hideout is located. Outside of the central door, one of the guards clocks your approach. Casts a quick glance over you all before his eyes settle on the rock biter on Desmond's back. Hey, hold up. Is that, who are you and what you doing with the old rock biter?
Oh.
You've not seen this guard before.
We have, you said?
You haven't. This is a new guard, a different one. Go on, Desmond.
Well, if we've taken it from the owner, and that's it. That's why we have it.
Are you those fucking pricks that that the boss hired to get, sort out the problem of the other two factions, eh? Is that you lot?
He's smart, this one.
He is. I wonder who's at the front door.
Well, very fucking funny, but no point in being on the shite. Man wastes his copper and his coin on the old shite that the fucking boss is pushing, then well, you're not gonna be able to make anything or live your life now, are you? So, alright, I've heard that you lot have been out for a job for the boss, so by all means, I guess you're here to report your, and he points again towards the axe. Success, eh?
Progress.
Progress. I like it. Well, he did say that if anyone comes in wanting to speak with him that looked like a bunch of freaks, then And he steps away from the door, motions a hand towards it. And you're to go right on in. Excuse me. Oh, that went down the wrong way.
Reza looks at Garrett and kind of like just licks her fangs in expression of, "Can I kill him?"
Garrett makes eye contact with Reza, and with an almost imperceptible shake of his head, he then leans forward, almost nose to nose with the guy, and gently taps his cheek with his palm. He says, "You have no idea," before walking in.
Fucking freaks, I tell you. A lot of them. Oh, no wonder the fucking boss likes them. Looks
Reza
over.
just
Go on, Reza.
reaches over and just runs a finger along his neck as she walks through the door.
He rolls his eyes, looks at Cypher, Desmond, Vanya as they two walk in, before shaking his head and shutting the wooden door behind you all.
Cypher's going to boop him on the nose because he felt left out as he goes in.
As you step inside the posse's hideout, you're met with two somewhat inebriated, or at least drugged, guards. And I say guards with air quotations, as one of them looks, tears streaming down his face. "Help! I needed it. I needed it, mate. It was the only thing I had." The other guard with a bit of a swagger and sway, slur of words. "Don't you worry about it. It's just an apple. Granted, we don't see many of them. And, granted, it's not exactly the best quality, but it's fine. You can still eat it. It only dropped on the floor." "Oh, but it's on the floor and it's bruised." And it's... At this point, the somewhat grieving thug and a hopeful thug at the same time are just staring down at this over-ripened fruit. Where this delivery came from is anyone's guess. Granted, fruit, fresh fruit at that, is a rarity in Nova Stoya.
And they're just on the cusp of going. They're still good, right?
Still good in what? How do you mean still good?
Edible in
They're still...
the
Yes.
This is Nova Stoya. They're still good, yeah.
They are still good. You produce this to anyone in Lower Streets and they would think they won the lottery.
Okay. Cypher's like, I'm having them.
With these two guards' attention being solely focused on this crate of fruit in front of them, glancing around the room, you see that there's a door to your right, which is the last time you came here, leads to a corridor, which also leads towards the basement that Erden Leanden has been operating out of.
I know.
Also, bear with me 1 second because I've just noticed it's raining in here. It shouldn't be raining indoors.
Well, I just thought it was
roof's probably...
Roof's leaking, of course.
Piker poor maintenance. Yeah.
Yes.
Reza's gonna quietly whisper, primarily for Garrett, but the others cuddled around him could probably hear. Do we start by working our way in, or do we take care of them on our way out?
Should think the way out.
Right.
They seem to be under the influence as it is anyway.
Can we keep the positive one and hire them? like, I feel like they did a good job of bringing the morale up of the other one, and we need that.
Reza just moves to the corridor.
Yeah, but they're guards and they still haven't noticed us, and we've been standing here a while. Reza just opened the door.
This door's not, not quiet. Swings open.
Reza looks back at them after she pushes it open and hears the squeak.
It's all right. It's just bruised. It's just a little bit squishy. It's no problem. Still edible, mate. All right. I'll take your word for it.
She shrugs and starts moving down the hallway.
Vanya
So-
looks at Cypher and gives him a nod, like, "You're right. It's a lost cause."
It's the door to your left, Reza, that will lead into the basement.
Oh, I knew that. Opens that door too. Pauses at the threshold to gauge for any reactions.
The vast majority of the guards seem to be either half asleep or just lazing around. Erden himself is talking at a rather fed up looking individual.
I don't know. What are you doing, Reza? Cypher's gonna come behind him.
She's gonna kind of square up her shoulders and toss her cape back to kind of accentuate the front part of her armor and walk in.
It's at this moment where, as the door opens and you begin to walk down the stairwell, the sound of creaking wood garners Erden Leanden's attention, and he turns around. Oh, marvelous! You all. Oh, hello, my dear. And the others. Oh. Welcome, welcome. I hope you all have brought me good news.
So glad you remembered me, Adam.
Oh, one can't forget a beauty such as you, my dear, can they? Oh. Come. Mind the others. They're all busy. Some sleeping, others a little more, well... Stock has to be tested, of course. I hope you all come bearing good news. With that, the elf looks you up and down, Reza, with a somewhat leering gaze.
I feel like I need to do like some kind of Constitution saving throw to not vomit. But she maintains her smug smile, trying to keep his attention not to like put what am I trying to say? Like make it so that he's not expecting the bloodshed that is about to occur.
Mm-hmm.
Keep him off balance. That's what I was trying to say.
My guess is Desmond's staying in the starting room.
Once everybody filters in, if it's just him and one other guy, Desmond's going to kind of be right near the doorway so he can kind of prevent that route of escape
Okay.
and prevent anyone else from entering.
All right. So, Erden claps his hands together. Ah, good, good. I hope you've all brought me some good news, yes?
Reza kind of turns to Garrett at the top of the stairs.
Well, well. We have met with the rock fists. And to be between you and I, they've not got a pot to piss in.
You are not wrong. Now, please come. No need to stand so far away. Now, is there? No. We're all friends here. Come. Gather round. Let's just talk. With that, Erden turns around to a barrel behind him. Takes out a... as he opens the barrel, you begin to see, just over the rim, there's a multitude of small linen pouches packed into this barrel. He takes one out and offers it towards you, Reza. Care for some of the veil?
I thought you'd never ask.
Drops this small pouch into your hand. Now, tell me, the rock fists, what has become of them, Are they no longer a threat to the operation?
Well, I think I could say we did leave them with a few more holes than they had when we met them. What do you think, Garrett?
Well, I think young Desmond here should show and tell with his new toy.
Oh, yes. And Desmond's come down to the bottom of the stairs. He's going to take the rock biter axe,
Mm-hmm.
just in one hand, just hold it up. This thing is quite a weapon. Came from directly from Rockfist's hands himself. And Desmond's looking at this door off to the side that's just right there.
Yep. At the moment, I would say it's wide open. You would be able to see into the room.
And while that conversation is happening, can Reza just kind of like sidle over to the barrel and kind of like lean on it, but at the same time inspecting it for any kind of like signs as to what its origin may have been, like some kind of marker or stamps or things like that?
Roll me an investigation check. Desmond, is there anything you want to know about the room that you can glance into? If so, roll me a perception check.
Yes. He'll look at it because he's concerned about this guy's wriggling away. So he's going to try to. Because this is absolutely the kind of guy that will run.
Fuck.
Just need to get the. There it is. Got it.
You can see through the door, and you can see what appears to be a few bricks removed that leads to an area somewhere else. At this point, you don't really seem to see much more as Erden himself is making his way towards you to inspect the rock biter axe. Meanwhile, Reza, the barrel itself is just a normal barrel. There's no identifying markers as to where it may have come from. None whatsoever. Which leads you to one of two conclusions. One, either it's just a random barrel, or two, whoever is moving this stuff are professionals. They know their shit. They do not want to get caught.
Okay. So she's basically just kind of half leaning against the barrel behind the unhappy thug now. is about to be even unhappier. Probably.
You just hear under his breath, yo, you for fuck's sake entertaining this lot. We've got more important things to do, boss. More important things to do than you wanting to, I don't know, fucking rock biter, fucking iron hands, fist rock, I don't give a fuck. Look, can we just pay them to fuck off and get on with it?
Who's saying that?
The unhappy thug next to you.
Reza cuffs him from behind and says, "You'll speak to the boss with more respect than that."
Says some fucking merc from the street. Look, granted. And at that, Erden himself raises a hand. All right, I understand that there are things that need to be sorted soon, but this is a momentous occasion. Look! And he motions both hands towards her. May I have a look at the rock biter's axe? He was...
Yes.
Rockfist himself was always bragging about how this thing cut through anything and anyone. I would be more than happy to have a look at it.
Yeah, Desmond will hand him the axe.
When he grabs the axe, do we sense any kind of magic or...
Roll me an insight check.
While that's happening, Reza is examining the fabric of the pouch that she was given to see if she can determine its quality and potential provenance.
I'm not going to ask a roll for that. It's straight up... Not so much high quality, but somewhat decent quality linen. Not something that you would find in the Piker district. Perhaps Market Row if you were looking for it, but at the same time, it's a linen pouch. There's no identifying markers, nothing really that would signal where it comes from.
And would this method of distribution tingle any memories from her past?
I'll DM you quick.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Sorry, Vanya.
Sorry, Venya, what was your question again?
When he grabs the axe,
Yep.
does
Magic, yes.
is
So
there any sense of magic?
there isn't, no. He grabs the axe, hefts it up in the air, looks towards it, flashes it in the lantern and candlelight somewhat. Oh, it is indeed Rockfist's weapon. So he lies dead, and I dare say you, and he points the axe towards Desmond. I dare say, little boy, that you would like to keep this as a souvenir, maybe?
I should, but it does quite a bit.
Shame. I would like to keep this as a souvenir, but, yeah, I am not one to remove your glory or... So, and he turns the axe back round and offers the handle towards you, Desmond.
Desmond will take the handle of his one his right hand and just has it outstretched and did cause quite a bit of trouble getting it.
Oh, I'm sure. I am sure. See, with the old dwarf being somewhat of a brute, we're quite lucky that it wasn't the other one from The old spyglass, that could have been terrible. Ah, that old orc. Yes, if he was still around then. Oh, well. Luckily, we managed to remove that issue. Anyway,
You did.
it's funny. Poison works wonders, don't you think? The only issue is little Rockfist. Always one step ahead, or at least smarter than many others. You try and offer a drink to a dwarf and, well, their constitution's just a little bit more viable. A little bit more robust. Granted, I think part of the stomachache that he got was one of the reasons he disliked me, but long story short, 2 problems solved. So, well done, well done. What of the other dwarf, the Erla? Iron Fist? Iron Hand? I don't care. Is she, dare say she's the next one?
She's been a bit harder to locate.
Well, regardless, I'm sure there are a little bit of time. I expect you want payment, rewards for your efforts in dealing with one of these troublesome issues, yes?
Well, and Desmond's gonna sling the axe. He's got his shield in his left hand. He's just stretching a bit. You know, I don't believe I remember anything about the payment, what it was to be. Still, there is the matter of cleaning things up. You are right. And Desmond's going to look over towards where Rez is at. Just look at the situation. It might be.
At that, Erden's going to turn around and just start walking back over towards his aide. So, rewards, what do you all want? What about you, little boy? He turns around and points a finger directly towards you, Desmond. What would you like?
Well, the only thing I can imagine is, would you be able to say where your supply is coming in from, so we don't get in the way of anything? See, I was down that way. There's an awfully strange group of people down south of the city. I think that they do you know a bunch of people wearing lots of hoods? Nothing but.
Roll me a persuasion check.
All right.
Oh, fuck
shit.
off. Fuck off.
Boom!
Got that silver tongue, yo.
The elf throws his head back with his palm against his forehead. Oh! Ah, yes, you had dealings with those, what do they call themselves? The outcasts? Yes, I've been trying to move a few things through there. You see, whilst the route they... Well, I can't give you my supplier now, can I? That would be bad form, but I have been trying to move a few products down south into the outer regions, some of the small towns and districts. They've not got much coin, of course, but every little helps, and well, they've been somewhat of an annoyance. I know they've got some operation here, and my friends over at in fact, he waggles a finger towards you, Desmond. You are clever. Not sure whether intentional, but clever, nearly. Now, they're an annoyance. And perhaps if you deal with this issue of the Iron Hand, then maybe there is more reward for you to move on down south into Mom's Town and beyond to clear those annoyances out. Now, I'm not sure what exactly or who is backing them, but it's no small group now.
I walk over and I place my arm round Erlen's shoulders, and he's like, "And what of Market Row? It's your closest neighbour. Surely you want to expand the operations up there."
Oh, how I have tried and tried and tried to... I don't know. Market Row has been a tough nut to crack. There seems to be, at least from what reaches my ear. Granted, you've got Desmond to thank for this, for that fucking crit that he just seems to be so open at the moment. Yeah, it's just... every avenue I try and approach, either those who would be interested are scared off. It seems almost as if there is... Most are scared of me and the Verdant Posse, but no, there is something north that eclipses what I can do. No matter how hard I try, no matter where I push, what offers I give, there are no avenues for me to pursue.
Now that I cannot imagine a man of your supreme... Well, just look at you, listen to you.
No.
I want to do business with you.
I know. He leans forward with a hand towards you, Reza, to try and stroke your cheek.
She grabs it and says,
Oh, such a tease every time, my dear. Well, what about the rest of you? You, young lad, points towards Cypher. Your efforts could not go unrewarded. What do you wish? Coin? Perhaps some of the good stuff?
The good stuff? I was already promised the good stuff. From any punch roundabout where the collar on his shirt stops, from there upwards would do just nicely. Don't you think, Reza?
I think so.
How quaint, I don't have a clue. And what about you over there, my flat-chested darling?
She kind of looks depressed after that because she's remembering Cypher running around.
He's talking to you, Vanya, dear.
I don't. I'm a little down and out right now. Nothing right now.
Ah, very well. So, he looks over his shoulder towards Garrett and then back to see Reza, and a slight glimmer of perhaps realization An uncomfortable feeling overcomes him. May I, He starts to motion to walk out of being flanked by Garrett and Reza.
Reza still has his hand.
Mm-hmm.
No, don't leave so soon. Come here. And she attempts to pull him kind of like into a half embrace with her.
Roll me a deception check.
Okay.
With a somewhat not so much unnatural, but elven grace, he easily slips his hand out of yours, while then bringing the finger up to trace along your cheek as he steps away from you both. Oh, you are very tempting, but in front of all these, no, surely there's a place that we could be more comfortable together. But now, and you see his adjutant, the somewhat unhappy-looking gentleman, just roll his eyes. Oh, for fuck's... Boss, we have got things that we need to do. Can you please...
like the present.
Erden will take your hand, Reza, and slip around Garrett into the back room.
Is there anybody else in this room?
No one at all. What he will do, though, is close the door behind you and lock it.
Perfect. As soon as they're alone, she goes to move like she's going to jump him with one hand on his throat, which all of a sudden has a dagger in it
Oh!
that she attempts to drive through his neck.
That's not good.
I do love these little trinkets that the DM gives us that he totally forgets about and bites him in the eyes several sessions later.
So, just to remind everyone, what does the holdout ring do?
It's a small, cheap, easily overlooked iron ring with an etching of a dagger on the inside of the band. This ring functions as a seldom used last line of defense for the desperate and unarmed, or as an ace in the hole for tricksters and roguish types who may call upon it regularly. The bearer can activate the ring with a single thought, which causes the ring to instantly transform into a steel dagger, which is automatically held in the hand the ring was on.
Roll me an attack with a dagger at advantage.
Okay.
And we will see if it beats Erden's reaction, which it probably will.
Alright, I have another dagger in my inventory, which is probably just the same thing, so I'll roll
It
with
is,
that.
yeah, it's just a standard dagger. You've got to beat a 6.
I think a 27 will beat it.
I think that'll do.
Reza,
That'll do.
with the door closed, no witnesses apart from an empty, cavernous hole in the wall behind you. What do you do?
They're in half an embrace. The hand on his neck with her little iron ring on it suddenly has a dagger in it. And she drives it through where his Adam's apple would be and just says, shh.
unable to respond or even see the attack coming, the blade just punctures straight into his throat. You say you're covering his mouth?
Mm-hmm.
He coughs momentarily, blood coating your palm as his body goes limp. No chance for him to cast a spell, draw a weapon, retaliate in any way, shape or form. You dive and drive the blade.
And she
Deep.
slowly lowers him to the ground. And then takes out the malice blade to chop his head off.
Swift, clean. Erden Leander's head is removed from his shoulders.
Oh, Erden, you're such a rogue, she says loudly enough to be heard in the other room.
Meanwhile,
Well, that was quick.
what are the rest of you doing?
Would I be close enough to hear the sword chopping a head off as I'm right the other side of the door?
You are quite close to the door. Roll me a perception check. I would say DC 15.
I mean, know that.
You wouldn't know. As the door, it's a hefty door. Well, that's one thing you would certainly notice is that, you know, you get the impression that this would also be his safe room.
So Reza is going to search his... well, he's got long hair, right?
Yeah.
She's gonna tie his head to her belt with his hair. And then search his robes for the key to the door.
So while you're doing that, because that's going to take, 30 seconds or so, you're just
Yeah.
in the other room. His adjutant looks over towards you, Garrett, rolls his eyes. Honestly, that fucking elf, it's just horn dog, absolute horn dog. You dangle a...
Everyone has their vices, don't they?
Oh, you're not wrong. We've got so much that needs to be done, so many things. Fuck. Next delivery's due in about a few hours, right? We need to get all these fucking... And he points around to the rest of the guards who are, at this point, somewhat incapacitated. This lot needs to sober up. It's a travesty. Absolute travesty.
Garrett,
Yes, Cypher.
this one needs a new employer, don't you think?
Well, maybe in a different trade, but he could well be useful. The others, however, not so much.
You lot can't afford me. It's even lucky that fucking Leandon can afford me at this rate. Honestly, right? And at that, he leans on the barrel, pats this barrel of obsidian veil behind him. If it weren't for me, this whole operation would just fall apart, right? All he's fucking interested in, he thumbs over towards the door, coin, men, women. That's all he's interested in, right? And here I am, working my fucking knuckles to the bone to make sure that shit runs on time, deliveries are fucking ordered, stuff passes through. Hell, out of everyone we've employed so far, I dare say that you lot, right? You lot are the most fucking reputable. Not many people could bring down the old rock fist. You've managed to do it. I'm impressed.
So you know the ins and outs of the whole business, and you're working for that elf.
Someone has to. See, the issue is, right? The issue is, he's got the coin, he's got the persona, he's got the charm, right? He can walk up to anyone he wants, and he'll have a meeting out of the palm of his hand. Me, on the other hand, well, no offence to you lot, but I dare say that I'm a little bit more inclined to what you're used to. Dealing with the ruffians, well, at one point, I even... here's one for you, right? Some tiefling bitch offered me work once, but I can smell a rat. I can smell a dirty rat a mile off. I weren't touching that.
She offer you a dodgy coin?
With a bit of an arched brow, the man looks towards your cipher. Aye. Who comes around in the old fucking Piker district flashing...
Gold.
Well... Aye. Gold. How do you know? You're not one of her fucking lackeys, are you?
Was she?
Sorry, mate, say that again. I didn't quite hear ya.
A blue tiefling, by any chance?
At that, you see him start to reach down to the dagger at his waist as he takes a step away from you, Garrett.
No, my good man. We don't work for her. In fact, we're responsible for her downfall. Much like the Rockfist man.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Can Reza hear any of this conversation? through the door?
Can you fuck? This is a quiet conversation through an armoured door
Probably not,
while you're currently sifting through the belongings of Erd and Leandon, which, yes, you find the key that you were looking for. You also find a small leather-bound tome. 23. That's pretty persuasive, Garrett. He releases his grip on the blade at his side and still somewhat reserved. Alright. I mean, I dare say that, you dealt with that fucking ruffian. I'll go out on a limb and say fair that you killed that. I don't know her game, I don't know what she was working on or who or what she was working for, but I want to know part of it. No one comes around Piker flashing gold coins. That is a red flag right there.
You're not wrong, my man. But
Smart, this one.
this drug business, it's
Profitable.
tasteful. Yeah, profitable's all well and good, but the Piker is just getting worse.
The man throws his
So
hands up.
money starts flowing,
By the time this place turns to fucking ruin, I will be long gone.
Man with a plan. I like that.
Reza shouts out very loudly, Erden, you've made such a mess!
Oh, you fucking
So
dirty
gross.
bastard.
Now, if there was a way to make large profits while improving the Piker, and stopping the gang war as a little bonus, wouldn't that be good?
And at that, the adjutant just shrugs again. Maybe for the fucking populace, but I don't really give a shite. As long as coin's flowing in my hand, and it is. Why should I care about what happens up there? Profit's profit. At the end of the day, And at this moment in time, then, you know, the only person who can really offer me some decent coin is that raging fucking horn dog elf bastard in there. Aye, I've got no respect for him. He's a piece of shite. He's awful. But, well,
And there's his face.
No
And
one's gonna-
at this point,
go on, Reza.
sorry, go ahead.
No, go for it.
Can she unlock the door and crack it open slightly?
Of course you can.
So she unlocks it and kind of leans her head out. Sorry this is taking so long, boys.
I'm sure he'll be finished soon, won't he, Reza?
Well, he already has, but he's indisposed for the foreseeable future.
Well, that's a shame. It turns out your employer was no longer in need of your services.
The man raises a brow. Not quite sure I follow.
Reza steps into the room.
Now, I am the reason the drug trade in Market Row hasn't happened. Me and my friend.
This is the part where you stop panicking, stop pleading for your life.
No, Cypher, there's no panic. He's a sensible man. He's not going to,
No, look, he's gonna panic. He's gonna panic.
He's not going to lose his head like his boss. And she pats the head dangling from her belt.
I'm here to offer you work.
Do we get a sense of him? Is he panicking?
He is not. Whilst his hand does move to the blade at his waist, he sees the head of Erden Leandon hanging from Reza's belt. And he seems to just exhale deeply. Ah, all right. You lot are not what you look like, so I guess this is the part where I either offer something worthwhile or I get cut down and can't spend what I've earned. Eh?
It's very to the point, but we'll go with that for now. Let me give you the gist of what I'm thinking. Now, Rockfist, he's not dead. He's in fact a partner of mine now, because he saw the error of his ways. Admittedly, we had to best him in combat, which we did. Quite quickly, I might add. He then gave the axe to my small friend over there and agreed to be the muscle for my new venture. The rebuilding of the Piker district. But you know Mr. Rockfist, and he's not a big picture man. He's a very, very muscle, and if someone needs an arm breaking, the teeth knocking out, he's your man. But I need a big picture type that can keep the lights on, keep those candles lit, and you, my good man, seem to have a sober head on your shoulders, but more common sense than, well, these. And I wave my arm around the room at the half overtoes, dribbling guards. But, and I have one big ask. This stuff, and I point to the barrel, is no longer sold. Because the tradesmen can't trade when they're under the influence. The mothers can't look after their children. The bakers can't make bread. When there's no coin coming up from the bottom, everyone loses. But I've already pledged the hourglass will be rebuilt. I will bear the brunt of the price. And I will take a very modest cut of the profit to repay you. But the people I leave in control of Piker will run Piker very much the same way as I run Lower Streets. But with the not safe in the knowledge that if there's a problem that you can't deal with, I'm only a messenger away, and my group is formidable.
With a solemn nod, he takes his hands away from the dagger and raises them towards his shoulders. Alright, I'm not exactly one to look a gift right in the mouth. This operation's over. No coin will come from this. Leandon was the one who spoke with his contacts down south to move this. He promised me coin. That coin's now dried up. So at the end of the day, what it sounds like to me, I've got two options. One, I throw myself at ye with my blade and revenge for my boss's death, or the smart play. Well, boss, looks like it's going to be an interesting little venture that we've got here. I look forward to helping you wherever I can. He takes his dagger from his belt, tosses it to the ground, looks to the rest of the group.
What's your name, friend?
Killian Licordiac. It's a pleasure, I dare say, under the circumstances, to meet you all. Piker District, born and bred. I know these streets like the back of my hand.
Marvelous. Now, Killian, the man on the door upstairs, the sober one.
Ah, hi. His name's Mulv. Black hair, bit of an attitude.
Do you trust him?
Pay him silver, he keeps his mouth shut, does what he asks. Aye. Pretty cheap. 2 silver a week.
We'll keep him around as well. These drug-addled ones, I've no use for.
If you don't mind me asking, since this is going to be a new business venture, who are you lot? And before you answer that question, I'm going to call a quick BRB. Because my legs are bouncing at the moment. Didn't go the way I was anticipating. Fuck. We will be right back.
welcome.
Fuck you. Fucking knife in my NPC's throat. How could you? Alright. Cheers, does. We will be right back. God damn it. Every fucking time. Every time I make a fucking NPC that's cool, they just murder them.
I'm back.
Me too.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Oh, that was so much fun. I finally had a Lee moment.
Fuck you! No. I'm not frustrated. You know, it's.
I know.
I know. I'm actually proud. You know, at the end of the day, yes, I make these NPCs for my own enjoyment, but I enjoy seeing where things go. Smith, bowler hat gang. Now there's an idea. We shall see. We shall see. That's not a
Milk
bad
of the
idea.
ultraviolet.
Yeah, yeah. But no, three. I honestly, I may sound frustrated, but you know, deep down, I'm proud of the way the party deal with these things. It's not just a straight up. In fact, I'm proud. I don't say enough, but I am proud of you all, and it's thoroughly entertaining to see how you all deal with the obstacles I put in your place.
See, we're not complete murder hobos.
No, we just cut the head off the top of the organization, literally, and let you keep killing.
But Hurden was such a beautiful character to play. So marvelous. Rest in peace.
See, you say that, but like next week there'll be a noble who is like the same guy with a different name.
No. Next week. Well, as soon as we get a long rest, Cypher's gonna have the new buddy in a bottle.
The talking head.
Uh-huh.
Oh dear.
Would it not be more rest in pieces as you decapitated him?
Like,
Mm-hmm.
calling it now the Coin Flow District, like Merchant Guild emissary. That's who it'll be, or something like that.
Oh, that's a great idea, Scott. Thanks for that, mate. Absolutely. But now, by all means, throw in, you know, as much shade as you want. That's what we're here for. Does Flame certainly a unique situation? Enjoy. I'm glad. Good. I'm glad. You know, it's not always with this campaign. It's not always. If the players are smart about it, it doesn't have to devolve it into a combat situation. And I think I dare say for all of us, we we kind of excel more at the role play and the skill check side of things rather than, every session being combat.
Yeah. I don't think, in the grand scheme of things, anyone just defaults to fighting things that aren't like only combat snarls, like the giant bugs in the sewer. Sure, gotta fight that. Can't read
Yeah.
But I feel like most things, like even like last week, we didn't pick a fight with like the 3 thugs down in like
In Momstown.
Momstown, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, like we, just generally try to skirt around having to fight people just because we don't want everything turned to a combat sequence. But every once in a while, it does happen.
Oh, of course. Of course.
I think Teresa might literally be the most bloodthirsty of the group.
I think that's part of her nature, though, yes?
Yeah, but she also looks to
Vampire,
get for
bloodthirsty.
approval now. She knew that this was the one person they were authorized to kill once they got everything out of him that they could.
And you do indeed have things. So, with that, Vanya, have you returned? Are you there?
Yes, I've been listening.
Okay. So, before we dive back into the conversation, is there anything anyone wishes to know or investigate about the room, or any questions or ideas that have propped up in regards to this situation that's unfolded?
I do.
All right. In that case, then we'll go Garrett first.
So, Killian, you said you were expecting a delivery.
Aye.
What do we know about that?
Well, the boss, ex-boss at that, purchased his goods from a contact of the Silent Road. It's where most of the goods come from. They peddle things from out of the city proper. We just purchase whatever they offer. This was one of the things that they needed to get rid of. It seemed to prove a bit of a valuable business opportunity for Erden, and he took it. Now, the road themselves, they don't care. They're not truly involved in this. They're just the peddlers. They just move whatever. I don't know who produces it or where it's produced, apart from it's somewhere in the city proper. It's just the road themselves are the ones that smuggle it in via the canal, by the river.
Interesting. Who's your contact?
Well, there's no point in me hiding it. It's a man by the name of Rapars. I say a man, more like a fucking snake. He's one of the road's contacts
Does
here
that
in.
name ring a bell?
Rapars is a name that you would have heard of before, Reza, yes.
Okay.
He seems to be one of the main contacts for the Silent Road this side of the river of Novostoya.
What when you say they come by the river, like what do their boats look like? Is there any distinctiveness to them?
No, mostly just rowboats. They head south into the forest, and then we get a few runners who moves the stuff from the forest north into and he motions around with a gesture to all of the various barrels and sacks in the storeroom. It all gets moved here.
Basically, Vanya, if you want to get something somewhere and don't want anybody to know about it, you talk to the road.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
And would your departed leader pick it up personally, or would he send a representative?
Killian raises a hand. You're looking at his elected representative. You think that fucker would care to know exactly how many barrels or sacks of goods were delivered? No. Bitch boy accountant here is the man who decides and oversees the whole operation. Now, I am going to be honest with you. This delivery needs to be paid, regardless of what you want to do with it. If it's not paid for, then the life of whoever goes to pick up the delivery is forfeit. And if no one is there to pay for or pick up said delivery, then, well, the road has ways and means of knowing things. I know that, I can see that you certainly know your shit. Strong, powerful. But the road's not a group or an organization that I personally would want to cross. So, if I could be so bold as to say that whatever coin that Leandon had put aside to pay for the road, that this deal still goes through regardless of your personal thoughts or objectives. Because I don't fancy having that hanging over my head. Hey.
No, quite. Makes perfect sense. And we are putting together a cure's not the right word, but a way of leaching the drug out of the people's system. And I believe, Vanya, tell me if I'm wrong, that you require some of the drug itself to make the elixir?
Yes.
So we will use that to help the piker become profitable once again.
Killian turns his attention towards you, Vanya.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Oh, you're looking at me.
Yeah, you want a... I mean, I've got all of the fucking drugs, narcotics that you could ask for. If you need some, then... apart from those crates over there in the corner, and he points towards a stack of vegetables and various other things. That's the food for the gang. But the rest of them, the barrels, the sacks, the urns over yonder, all of them are stacked to the brim with veil. So if you need some, then, well, you help yourself, I guess. I don't use the damn shite.
I appreciate it. I'll go, go load up on that. So, the supplies that you have for the crew and the food and the fruit. Where do you get that from?
Oh, same place. You know, the gets shipped out. We pay a bit extra to the Silent Road, and they ship it over. You've got to entice the... You give people the good shit and they will work harder. You pay the road a few extra silver and they'll smuggle fruit, veg, whatever you need out of the city proper into our hands.
Vanya looks at Garrett with a face of like, please, Garrett. Like, she just wants some good food. Just kind of eyes real big. And then she looks back and she says, "Okay, well, what do you have?" She's like patting her pockets. I don't want to touch the stuff. Do you have like maybe a shovel or Desmond, do you think maybe you could carry a barrel? What's your thoughts?
Shouldn't be very hard to move something like that. Just take some time. Also, barrels do roll. Just saying.
So we're gonna take a barrel. Probably be best, doing big batches at a time. I just know that I can't. She looks at her arms. Carry a barrel.
Well, and Reza had started to go into the other room, but she comes back out at this point. We have all that wood sitting in carts. Once Dwen takes the wood inside, we'll have carts available. We can have Falco find some people to move all of this to the Undercroft. And we'll have a supply to make the cure as we need to.
Right, let's find Leandrin's stash of money.
Well, I did rifle through his clothes, and I found this notebook, which we should probably want to look at later. But I can double check him for cash.
Mm-hmm.
If that
money, oh god.
if that's his notebook, that'll just be the that'll just be his diary. And the main thing you want. And Killian points into the safe room. Book at the far end. That's the accounting journal. That's the deliveries, the amounts, what we paid for. That's what that was my usual place that I organized this whole operation from. Coin. Lift the book. You'll see a wooden slab. Lift the wooden slab. Underneath what appears to be an old stone enclave thing. It's all in there. There should be a fair whack of change.
Right, and then where does this hole in the wall go to?
Oh, that just leads to the sewers.
Why does everybody got a hole that goes through the shitter?
It's easy to get lost. Easy to escape. And Killian steps into the room. He steps over the corpse of Erden without even looking at it.
Reza is attempting to follow his instructions to retrieve the stash of coin.
/R space. Let's go with 3D100. That was a fucking terrible roll.
Garbage!
As you fertile through, you find a stash of coin and you hoist the bag up. Killian glances at the bag. That should be a lot bigger and more stacked than that. That's sure. Is there another another pouch in there at all?
So she kind of throws him the one she just pulled out and looks around, feels around for another pouch.
There isn't.
No, I don't see anything.
Right.
How much are we short?
It jingles the bag around for a moment. I mean, my guess is there's probably less than 100 silver in here. If that's the case, then we're gonna need at least another 2 bags. Delivery's 250 silver for the lot.
Right. I'll stop tossing the room. Reza is going to investigate, throw carpets around, just be brutal looking for the rest of the gold.
Roll me an investigation check.
Meanwhile, dripping blood everywhere from the severed head on her belt. Just want to point that out for everyone's visual.
Desmond, seeing the, like, basically they're just turning everything upside down, is going to assist.
Okay.
Like, moving, like, the desk, like, turn things over, looking for secret drawers, you know, just... Yeah.
Oh, does that mean I could have done that at advantage?
Roll it again. Yeah, roll again with
Okay.
roll another one. Class this as Desmond giving you a hand to turn the room inside out.
Get out of the way, Desmond! I'm kidding. It's gonna be a 15.
Flips.
In spite of the flipped benches, the rugs that are tossed aside, the barrels turned over, the crates cracked open, there is nothing. There is no secret stash. Even Killian, as you're doing this, like, there's nothing else. That's where the... fucking hell. And he quickly just begins to look over the ledger. And just sees... You just hear this exasperated, "Oh, you fucking idiot." He points to a single line at the bottom of the ledger and motions you over, Reza, to have a look.
What?
That... You see what can only be described as a smiley face scribbled in pencil and imported nice hat from Coinflow.
Really?
Killian shrugs. I don't...
Where's the hat?
Your guess is as good as mine. Why don't you... In fact, you know what? Why don't we fucking ask him? Hey, Leandon, where'd you throw 150 gold... sorry, 150 silver on a fucking nice hat, you stupid twat? At this point, Killian walks over to the corpse of Leandon, boots it a few times, and then just... "Oh, I'm so dead. I am so dead. The road's gonna gut me like a fish and throw me into the canal."
Well,
No. Let's not be so hasty. So, Killian, I think it's time for introduction. We know all about you, but you don't know much about us now, do you?
You're obviously not what you seem. So... Brighten my mood, why don't you? Like I fucking need it.
Garrett Blackthorn of the Baron's Folly.
Killian arches a brow and then begins to glance over the rest of the party.
Teresa.
Oh, we doing introductions? Okay, Cypher.
This is the moment where I see who's paying attention and who's not.
I guess I'll go. And she's like, you know, in the other room. I'm Vanya. It's me.
Fucking folly. And I dare say it, and he points towards Desmond. Is that the tiny terror?
Desmond.
I've heard that before.
I want a nickname. Well, we'll have to figure out what my nickname will be.
All I know from word that's been passed down the street is that you lot are not to be trifled with, and, well, if you lot are in the proprietors of the folly, then, well, I understand why none of this shit made its way into lower streets.
Marvelous. So, I have plans for you. So, I will pay the remainder of fee charged by the road.
Go on.
All I ask is your loyalty.
Considering I've not got much choice, I'll agree to that. And also knowing that the departure of Asmund, and since you lot have taken over, it's been busy. I know that's for certain. You're strong, coin flows. All I ask is that, if possible, and this may be somewhat boisterous, or not sure if I'm in a position to say it, but I get my fee of 15 silver bi-weekly, I will do the best I can to help you out where I can.
You will get your fee until the spyglass is up and running. And then you'll be part of the governorship of the spyglass, and you'll pay your own wages.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Get our cut.
You're wanting me to run the spyglass with Rockfist?
Correct. Rockfist's a strong man, but he's got no head for business. And by your own admission, you've been running this enterprise.
I mean, if Rockfist can listen to what I'm saying, then he'd be a better partner than Leandrin. That's for certain.
He'll listen, or he'll have us to deal with. And he's already given me his word. And your word is everything to me.
In the background, while this is happening, Reza unties Erden's hair from her belt and gently holds the head out for Cypher.
Sounds like a kid at Christmas. Holds out his magical sack that he got from
Oh my god.
Vanya to put the head in.
Reza helps him stuff it in.
Yeah.
Roll me a dexterity check just to see how, you know.
Oh.
Oh, who's rolling it? Me or Cypher?
Don't shake it.
You can roll.
That's not it.
You can roll initiative if you want. I don't do that anymore. That's freaking done. Actually, hang on.
Your dexterity.
Reza. No, let's see if Reza drops this in.
Okay. You said
Reza, roll
dexterity
me.
check?
Dexterity check. Yes, please. Come on, roll me a crit fail. Roll me a crit fail. Oh, it's close enough! As you drop the head into the sack, roll me a D100, Reza.
Okay.
This is how we all die.
God damn it. As the head drops into the sack, with it being Cypher, you would now realize that any sort of vigorous movement triggers this. A slight pulse emanates from the sack, and you all feel a surge of vigor. Reza, for all intents but you all gain 5 temporary hit points.
Oh god.
A wave of invigorating energy emanates from this sack. As the wild magic surge rings out. So for those who aren't in the know, Vanya made Cypher a bag. Sacrificed a potion that she didn't know what it was, that she got from the botanist. And every time this sack is agitated, there is a surge of wild magic. So I believe that's the second surge.
It has 1 charge left.
It has
You are
1
correct.
charge left. So yeah, there's a brief flash of greenish light from the sack as this wave pulses out. And for a brief moment, you all feel slightly stronger, sturdier. Why can't it be a fireball? Or, disintegrate, or just... Anyway. As the head drops in, Reza, back to you.
She gets the head into the bag and then just kind of smiles at Cypher and pats him on the shoulder.
Cypher's definitely not sweating right now. He's like, yep. We're definitely alive.
Vanya has, from her robe of useful items, has pulled out a steel mirror. No, a steel mirror, and it's like, because she saw the sack and it was bringing back memories. And she was terrified that she had aged again, so she has the mirror and is just looking herself over.
If anything, some colours return to your cheeks. You seem a little more vibrant.
Cypher, Desmond, do I look younger?
Yes.
Cypher just smiles.
Sure. I feel 699 again.
So, I will say, for the sake of that, you will all keep these temporary hit points until they're depleted. So you all gain 5 temporary hit points until they're gone.
Nice.
Thank you.
What's that? 2 items we've turned against the DM today so far, guys? I saw that.
So nothing. Nothing. Go on, Garrett. Over to you.
So, Killian, we're in agreement then.
That we are. I look forward to working for you all, and may the coin flow in a less destructive manner, eh?
Marvellous. Then the pact is set. And I put out my hand for him to shake.
Tentatively, he takes the hand and shakes. Can consider it done then. As for the emotions around to the room for the unconscious, dribbling masses that are either passed out against sacks or on crates. Obviously, you want to keep Mulv, but what about this bunch?
I mean, since I'm guessing they're all high, right?
They're not exactly in the best frame of mind. No.
They've been on the powder, yeah.
It certainly saves us giving them coin. We give them free veil. They work for us when they're not comatose, and aye.
Anya, why don't you give these gentlemen a drink?
They look parched.
I thought you guys would never ask.
Killian, let's
do,
move out of this lower
Yeah.
level.
I'm just going to go upstairs while she does.
there, do you have a mug and some water?
Cypher, you've got the jug, haven't you?
I do.
Oh no.
So when Reza goes upstairs and sees, are the two guys still there who were talking about the apple?
Yes, yeah.
She
Are they
says to
still
them,
talking about the apple?
Of course they are.
she's going to say to them, fellows, there's something really special downstairs. You should go get some for yourselves. Hurry before it's gone.
Oh, we're going. Yes, we should go. We should, if there's something special, then come on. Don't worry about the apple. It's all good. There's special things in the basement. The hopeful thug escorts the grieving thug down into the basement.
Job's done.
Oh, one last thing, Killian. After you've picked up the wares, make sure you're not wearing any green identifying marks.
Killian strips his green band from his arm and nods. Alright, consider it done. I am no longer part of Erden's Verdant. Who calls a fucking gang Verdant posse?
An edgelord elf.
I mean, you're not wrong. Dreams of grandeur and, well, he certainly thought a little more of himself.
Yeah, in over his head, that one.
Good
No?
one, Cypher. Good one. No, that was a good one. I liked it.
Killian just
Because
shakes his
word
head.
to the wise. As of tonight, there will be a bounty on anyone selling veil. Anyone showing Verdant posse colours.
So, do you want me to sort of get the word out to strip the identifiers, or do you want me to carry on? Because there's at least 7 or 8 different vendors out there on the streets at the minute that I know about. Whether they've sold their stuff to others, I'm not sure, but out of the main vendors, I can point you in the direction for 7 or so.
Any that can be trusted moving forwards, not
None of them.
backslide.
They're
Well,
all
fuck.
pieces of shit.
Fuck him.
Then I don't need them or want them going forwards. The only one with a half a brain on his head is Malv at the front here.
I can write down a few of the sort of... So, I've separated Piker into 7 rough districts that I issue to some of the dealers if it's helpful. He reaches into his tunic and pulls out a second leather-bound journal and offers it towards you, Garrett. This is the day-to-day run-ins, and the second, third page pertains to the separation of Piker District where everyone's distributed. So if you're wanting to stamp this out, that's where you need to look.
Marvelous. And that's why you have employment going forward.
Hey, as far as I'm concerned, this is... I've got nothing to hide. The Veil business is done. You've made it pretty clear that it's not going to continue. There's no reason for me to hide anything, is there? Unless, of course, I want to end up like... And he points towards the head in Cypher's possession.
You won't end up like that now. You're a friend.
And that scares me more than anything. But, regardless.
So once we've dealt with the purchase later, we'll have you put... I think we'll make sure you get you and Rockfist in the same room.
That's going to be a fucking joy. The old...
Maybe on neutral ground. Why not at the Folly?
At the Folly.
All right.
Stew and drinks at the Folly.
Killian nods in acceptance of this offer and seems to be okay with it. The thought of him being stuck in a room with Rockfist in the Barker District scared him temporarily, but yeah, on neutral ground, he seems more than happy with this. So, hey, that's I can agree to that. That seems fair. I'm not going to get Rockfist. He's an angry bastard, that dwarf is. But hey, if it's on neutral ground, then could be quite an interesting business endeavor that we've got going ahead here.
Your organizational skills, his brawn.
That's a polite way of putting it.
I mean, everyone must play to their strength. He is a weapon that is pointed at what needs to not be there anymore, and he makes it so. I just need you to be the man who points him.
So, while this conversation's going on, you know, I would imagine at this point, Garrett, Cypher, Killian are making your way towards the door.
Right, no, Cypher's helping Reza.
Oh, okay.
Because he's got the decanter of endless water.
Oh, shit, he has.
So he can, yeah.
In that case, then, Desmond, what are you up to at the moment?
Well, after having helped toss the office, there's really nothing for him to do. So he's just kind of looking around at the containers and just wandering around, looking things over.
Reza,
Jeez.
what are you doing? Are you heading out with Garrett and Killian, or are you staying with Vanya, Desmond, Cypher for the potential explosive finale?
No, she's gonna leave with the rest of the adults and let the kids do what they want to do.
Okay. Let me take one more sip from my drink before I ask Vanya what she's up to. Vanya!
Well, when you look down in the area where all of the druggies are, she has a Cypher standing to the left of her, and she has gathered them into a single file line. and because she's like, we've got to have order.
I
Can't
mean, what
just
are we
be-
doing? What are we doing?
Get in line.
I'm
in
in
line.
line. I'm in line.
No, like
He
right,
wobbles
right
off
here,
slightly.
and she's
Oh,
going,
right there.
and she's
Right
moving
there.
these people to be
Right
right,
about here.
like all in a straight line. No, don't, just don't move.
Just,
And
I'm
'cause
just, yeah? Oh,
right,
you,
right
you.
there, yeah.
Are you,
I've got-
are you the boss's new fancy piece?
Sure, yeah. So you need to just stand here, right? Don't move. And then whenever the person in front of you goes forward, and then you step up and take their place.
It takes a while, Vanya, but eventually you manage to corral the addled participants into a line, with the first one stood in front of Cypher. What's the plan?
She takes the dropper out. She puts the 3 drops into it. And then she looks at Cypher and she says, I have a plan. But do you think we could fill a barrel with your endless water to give to Killian so that he knows to give mugs out when people come back and ask for something special?
Yeah, it seems endless. Endless.
Well, I'm going to encourage all of these individuals to find other Veil users to come back and find Killian and to ask for something special.
Okay.
There are a lot of barrels around. A lot of barrels.
Any empty ones? I'm guessing so. At least
There
one
will
or
be.
two.
Yeah, absolutely.
Desmond,
Yes.
do you think maybe you could get us some barrels?
Probably. Like, there are barrels here. Just see if any of them are empty.
Okay.
I imagine there will be. Doesn't want
alright.
to start going around
Ah,
checking
before-
for if these barrels are empty.
Maybe before you do the barrel thing, do you want to test that it works first on these guys?
Oh yeah, and then we're gonna have to figure out
Dosage. Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody good with math? Should we maybe do the barrel and then put it in there and then try it from the barrel?
Hold on. Cypher starts doing the math of how much juice they can make with that in comparison to cups. Quick maths.
2 + 2 is 4, -1, that's 3. Quick maths.
Quick maths. 3 barrels.
3 barrels. Okay. And so we can give all of them a mug right now and I'll still have enough left for the 3 barrels.
Yeah,
Okay.
should do.
You subtracted. Okay. So why don't we? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Okay, let's give everybody. Let's test with an individual mug, and then let's create the barrels, and let's test with a barrel on an individual.
Okay.
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 Okay. Next.
A somewhat gaunt lass steps forward, the first in the queue. The loudmouth, well, not so much loudmouth, but the gent who was a little bit more vocal is behind her, and she steps up. What are we? What we here for? This is alcohol, yeah.
Well, this is a life-changing beverage. It's
Oh,
gonna change your life.
oh. She offers forth a small wooden tankard. Well, I'll look forward to it then. Huh? If it's anything like the veil, then it's gonna be great.
Your mind is gonna be awakened after you drink this.
So, Vanya, what's the current dose that you're offering?
So, it's the 3 drops diluted in the water.
What water? In a mug, in a barrel?
In a mug.
In a mug.
In a mug. Okay. So with your dropper, you drop 3 drops into the mug, top it up with water from the decanter of endless water.
Can I
Woman.
use prestidigitation to stir it?
Of course you can.
Okay, she's gonna do that because she wants to make sure it's like fully mixed in together.
Yeah. With this wooden tankard in hand that's now swirling around magically, the woman's eyes go wide. She's never seen water just turn on its own. So, oh, that's amazing. She takes a sip.
Veil.
5 seconds pass. 10, 15, 30. Her eyes begin to close and she sways for a few moments before collapsing to the ground. Similar to how Timothy did. But this time, instead of the painful grunts and groaning and swelling of his abdomen, there's none of that. Cypher, Desmond, Vanya, you watch as this woman, as she staggers to the side and collapses. She seems to be all right. Asleep, perhaps comatose even, but the violent explosion that Timothy was subject to is not there. You get the feeling that given time and a good sleep, the effects may be positive.
Vanya's gonna look around to Desmond and Cypher. Big eyes and a smile. Should we continue, or do you think we need to wait a little bit?
We continue on these present, see what the results are in a day or two, come back and make your barrels, yeah?
Oh, are we gonna lock them down here? Because what if they just, they're miraculously okay in a few hours, and then they're gone, and then I can't suggest some things. We do need to check out your math. We could make 1 barrel.
I just don't want to commit to using, a third of your product before we know the results.
Well, do we want to? Okay, well, okay. I get, yeah. I mean, and Vanya's like thinking about like her research and her test subjects, and she's like, let's do maybe, how many are down there right now, Solution?
There are currently
7?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the chamber. In the 5 in the basement, 6, 7 with the 2. Yeah, so 7. Yeah. Probably 8 with one of the guards outside. 9 with Molv, but Molv's not a. He doesn't partake in the veil. So yeah, 7 or 8.
So we could, hear me out. We could give this to 4 of them, and then we continue to drug the other ones. So whenever we get back, if we need to test again, we have the other ones. Or if it works, then we have the other ones to test the barrels on, but we're going to need to lock them down here.
Okay, so we have the guy that's working for us keep an eye on them for the night. We'll come back tomorrow, check on them. Cool. We got a plan.
It's a plan.
All
Are you
right,
keep?
well,
So go on.
next.
Fucking lunch lady in there.
Yeah, absolutely. So the other 3 participants in Vanya's experimentation take the remedy or the antidotes for the obsidian veil addiction, and they too seem to fall into into slumber, into a coma. None of them having any violent reactions like Timothy. Luckily for you, unfortunate for me as DM. But it would certainly seem that the dilution offered by the chirurgeon, by Lamorna Trembath, is correct. The 3 drops per mug is more than sufficient to quell the addiction to the obsidian veil.
Desmond, Cypher, I'm not always the best with my memory. Should we mark our test subjects?
Sure, they're not awake. You got some chalk or charcoal? Paint? Blood! He goes up to the fucking corpse.
Okay, 'cause, all I got is the potential to use fire, and that would be permanent.
Yes, let's brand them.
So
Cypher
Cypher just marks them with blood.
Oh, Cypher, maybe just in case if they realize it, like put it where they can't see it, maybe like on the back of their neck, behind their ear.
Sure, why not?
It's not like they wash themselves, so Vanya, it's not a bad idea.
So yeah, Cypher's now doodling magical circles on people in blood.
in the blood of Erd and Leandon.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow.
Some type of twisted baptism going on. Here.
Gotta get your practice in where you can, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mm.
So with
Also-
the... So go on.
It just occurred to me that Erden is just laying there, or at least most of him. Should we just get like? I know that there's the chute to the sewers. You know, it'd be kind of convenient. Just
Just to shove his body in a hole to the sewers. Yeah.
that's what I'm thinking. Is just
Justin, I think that's a good idea, because what if these four come to and they see
Well-
a beheaded body?
you're right. Might be hilarious to find out how they react.
I mean, I'm more worried that the rats come up searching for a decomposing body for a snack, find 4 sleeping people, and then we have 5 dead bodies all chewed by rats.
Oh, all right.
But we could
Desmond's
see how-
Desmond, while this is going on, is gonna go and like just get a hold of Erden, like by his ankles, just start dragging him towards the just leaving the blood trail because his head's
Yeah.
just severed, just like a big grizzly crayon, just dragging it through the.
Just a red
he's just
smear.
it's his intention to just put him into the sewer, and just whatever comes of him is what comes of him.
You drag Erden's corpse through his safe room, throw it down the chute into the sewers. Clap your hands together. Done.
Just after he gets just slide him in there, I just listen for like a thud or like some kind of noise, like a hit. Like
There's the sound of a splashing noise from below.
there, there's something satisfying about that.
Ah, dear.
Well, I suppose we should go pay off the dealer, merchant, whatever, smuggler.
Yeah. Alright. Don't go anywhere. Nah, they're not going anywhere.
Yeah. Those who are still unconscious, dribbling in the corner. Those who have partaken in the antidote are probably also drooling in the corner as well. With the exception of Killian, who was escorted to the central, the entrance of the Verdant Posse's hideout by Garrett and Reza. Is there anything that you two wish to ask Killian before you depart?
Yes.
All right.
No,
So-
I think I've covered.
Perfect. With that, then, on your way out, Vanya, you all make your way out of the basement, up the stairwell, into the entrance of the Verdant Posse's hideout entrance, where Garrett, Reza, and Killian have been having a brief conversation. Vanya, over to you.
Killian, you remember me, right?
Considering that it's been about 15, 20 minutes, yes, Vanya, right?
Yes. That's you have a very good memory with 5 people telling you their names. I wouldn't have remembered that.
It's strange that the things you remember when you're scared for your life, eh?
Yeah. I hear that when you do something like, like big gestures or things like that whenever you're introducing yourself to someone, you're more prone to remember stuff. So, yeah. That whole beheading thing probably helped.
It was certainly an introduction. Aye. It was certainly an introduction to the group. So, yes, Vanya, what can I do for you?
Oh, I have a request, if you don't mind helping us with. So I have a few test subjects down in the basement.
Right.
And I'm trying to get them off of the veil, right? And so I don't need them to leave the basement because we need to come back tomorrow to check on them to see how
If they're dead
it's going.
or not.
No, that's a negative way to look at it, to see if they are cured.
Not dead.
Not dead, yes.
Not dead. Alright, okay. And I guess you want me to babysit them?
Yes. Just, kind of keep them wrangled and not loose.
Okay, do you mind if I keep those two fuckers outside as... now, I'm not exactly the one to manhandle people. If you can tell, I'm not the strongest. And he sort of hefts an arm up, and he is quite gaunt, quite thin, frail. I'm not exactly one for manhandling people, so do you mind if I keep those two fuckers out there? I'll keep... In fact, what happened to Leandon? Is he still there?
She looks at Desmond.
Oh no, he's
Desmond?
been removed.
Right, good. So I've not got to explain why there's a headless boss in the safe room. Perfect. All right, in that case then, yes. Yes, as long as I get the two guards who are a little bit sturdier than me, I will babysit the people in the basement until tomorrow.
Perfect. And she smiles real big at Desmond and Cypher and is kind of like, is there anything else that you would like to add type look?
I'm good.
So, once that's done and you come back, then I come back with you to the Folly and we talk to the brute that is Rockfist in a day or two's time. That's kind of the gist I'm getting.
Correct.
I think so. And then we may have some additional things to potentially ask, but we'll talk about that tomorrow.
Okay. Well, in that case, by my time, I guess you've got a few hours, because it's later today when we've got to meet, the road, so that's on you. And he points towards you, Garrett. Good luck.
Marvelous.
Any further questions or comments for Killian or the Verdant Posse's hideout?
Nope, not from Vanya.
No.
Rez
no,
is
I
good.
think we're good.
In that case, then, if there is nothing further, probably say that's a pretty good time to call it.
Right on the money.
Right on the money. So the question is for next session. Are you guys going straight towards where the meeting is with the road, or are you going to head back first and do some other stuff? Since there's probably at least half a day before the meeting's due down at the canals in Parker District with the Silent Road.
You said it's a couple days to the meeting with them?
No. It's later in the day when the meeting's with
Later
them.
in the day. Oh, okay.
So a quick jaunt back home, get some coin, come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we want to be there for that meeting, right?
Probably, yeah.
And we'll have to pick up old Killian as is the point man on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have a think. We've got a week. Have a think on what you want to do. But with that, that was a pretty good episode. No, wasn't expecting it to go that way. I was planning for a fight and a jaunt through the sewers, but no. I'm just going to seduce your NPC and stab him in the throat. Thanks.
I had fun.
Any final words?
Bye, chat.
Goodbye, chat.
Toodaloo, chat.
I just don't want to cut Vanya off if I'm just going to say something.
Sorry, there's a baby crying. Goodbye, chat.
Why'd you have to say it like that?
I like to make it weird.
This is a jump.
And, of course, see you next time on Pariahs.
So, with that, everyone, thank you very much for joining us on both YouTube and Twitch. I'm glad you all enjoyed it. Dusk Flame, thank you for chiming in. Rave on. I always have a dapper day. Always. Every day's dapper. Jacko, at some point I'm hoping Cypher's sack of good shit will erupt in a fireball, but knowing my luck, it won't happen. But yeah, on that, next episode of Pariahs is on Sunday, which would be the 3rd of March. But on the 2nd of March, on the Saturday, we have episode 2 of Chronicles of Novostoya. In that, we have Enders, Ravon, we've also got Steele and Kareem, who I don't think are in chat at the moment. But yeah, they don't know what they're getting themselves in for. I'd originally planned for this to be, set jobs, but due to things that have happened, the job will be slightly different than they anticipate. So we shall see. So anyway, yeah, if you're looking for more D&D, we're basically running on both Saturday and Sunday. What I will do now, though, is flick over to the end screen. That one there. Bye. We'll find or put on some different music to close us out, and we will try and find someone to raid. Hopefully someone on my list is currently streaming. What have we got? That's good ending music. That's the question. Yeah, let's put this my usual end on. Nope, that one. Yes, god damn it, buttons. All right, everyone. Once again, thank you for joining us. I hope you all enjoyed the episode 44. Holy shit. And we'll see you all on Saturday for Chronicles Novostoya. And Sunday for Pariahs episode 44. Ta-ta for now.